Hello. Hello and welcome to another exciting episode of the Super Bunny Hop Super Poverty Fight Stream, where we're gonna be doing a big-brained gamer genius strategy stream for the 2.5th time in a row. The first time was an experiment. The second time was a modest success. The third time will be tonight. What the experiments might be showing, though, is that enticing the gamers with 50 and 60-year-old heady theory lectures by old white guys might not be very enthralling, or might not advertise well, so to speak. We need some action, we need some explosion, we need some guns. So, of course, we're going to be playing none other than the exciting, high-octane, explosive action fest, Advance Wars by Web, in the background while listening to these lectures. I am exhausted. I'm also going to be drinking a beer and taking notes for myself while I do this. I am exhausted because I've been working all week on and off two major big projects between the HOA legal battle stuff and the video project and getting Mom's address changed after the move I helped her do about a month ago. You should not be scared of random TV shows in Japan interviewing you for kooky variety shows, Trig. I mean, it's not likely to happen for once. It's a fairly uncommon occurrence. Not exactly unheard of, but uncommon. Doesn't require a supernatural act of a divine deity, but 98% at least of most travelers are able to go through there unmolested. But the ones that do get stopped by the TV crew, they're allowed to say no. You know, Japan's polite. So the lecture that we're going to be listening to is something that I'm actually going to be taking notes for my own private bunny hop purposes over the following months and maybe years. Let's see if anything that we hear ends up getting utilized. I want to update my workflow, my worksheets, my game analysis worksheets, my critical lens, my angle of approach, my large umbrella term that will encapsulate many theories of how different aspects of my job go, because after 15 years I definitely need a new method, but also I'm getting into criticism theory and literature theory in ways that are very helpful that I did not do in years past. It is long past time that I started listening to stuff like this and reading stuff like this and incorporating it into my work somehow. So what we're going to be listening to is Northrop Frye, The Educated Imagination. The CBC 1962 Massey Lecture Series, which is here at CBC/CA. I will copy paste the URL into Twitch, but these audio files that we'll be listening to were ripped from their webpage and then ran through a couple passes of the Audacity noise removal filter. Last time we did this, there was some issue with an old-timey vinyl record player feedback noise butting into the speech. I tried to use some noise removal to take care of that, but it might not be all the way gone. Besides that, though, these are from 1962. So on top of recording audio quality, the general fuzz of a vinyl record feedback that you don't hear anymore being a thing, that's the thing to look out for. And also, like, Northrop Frye's trying his darndest here. He's going to be teaching us how to do archetypical criticism, and this is something that became very unpopular just a few years after he was doing this stuff, but is still very important, I would actually wager, to help people know what they are referring to sometimes when getting into the hypercritical weeds of postmodern critical theory, where I believe that the work that was done by Sartre Jean-Paul Sartre et al. 1960s post-structuralist weirdos were poking holes in Northrop Frye stuff. What Northrop Frye stuff is a very polished, matured version of something that is old and classic and conserv- conservative-ish up to a certain point, though. But you can also very much hear that the word conservative doesn't mean what I'm intending it to mean in the context of most American big media political discussions. Um, he is speaking within the decades following World War II. We are in a progressive era. Things are surprisingly progressive for how conservatism his version of literature uh, analysis is going to get. Yeah, because it's he's going to be making a very secular, scientifically reasoned pedological argument that we should be teaching kids Bibles in school. Not necessarily for a religion thing, but for a literature class thing, as trying to teach the kids the bedrock for how modern storytelling archetypical principles go, and also for linguistics, for how the ebb and flow of the language in everyone's head when discussing more serious issues are going to be rooted to some extent to ancient biblical and classical literature sources that he's a huge fan of, that he believes will not ever go away outside of the human consciousness in his version of the foreseeable future. And despite it being old and conservative and outdated, he's gonna make some eye rolling jokes about women. I don't think he's gonna get into the racism stuff. Although, wait, no, he will be using the word primitive a lot in the kind of context that nowadays we'd mean almost more or less the same thing by maybe using words like indigenous or underdeveloped. He's going to be contrasting the industrialized, quote unquote, civilized, mass media consuming modern men of the industrialized Western world with the quote unquote uncivilized, what he'll be using is primitive. And sometimes this gets into some and he's trying here. And unfortunately this will sometimes get into the wing of him also using the term um demonic satire when certain schools of religion and then later on pop culture literature history make a conservative reaction of their own to something, he'll call the proceeding movement of a subgenre that develops as a demonic satire or demonic satanic parody. What is it? I believe it's demonic satire. He calls games a demonic satire of human sacrifice. Oh no, there's an exclamation point that's breaking the link. Hmm. If you go into Google and type in CBC Massey Lectures Educated Imagination, you'll get it. The keywords are in the URL. And when I have this on the YouTube VOD, there will be links. I don't see where they're throwing in an exclamation point though, but I can try a bit.ly URL sharpener. I mean shortener. Oh boy, do I have to make an account? Let's try tiny URL. Okay, we got a tiny URL as well. I'm not seeing an exclamation point on my end though. Yeah, there's a new term for the indigenous slash developing world. It doesn't take a big stretch of the imagination to know what kinds of people and places he is referring to. He's very well that he's doing something that that Eurocentric Greek Westerners were doing since the invention of the alphabet and the language, and that is comparing themselves with perceived inferiorities, perceived primitisms of others. And he's going to be using the word primitive, but he's trying his darndest here, and I should probably quit saying this stuff because it might ruin the mood before we begin. Let's get going in three. Wait a second, we're out of order. 3, 2, 1, and shabam.
The CBC now presents the first in the 1962 series, the Massey Lectures. The speaker is Northrop Frye, Professor of English and Principal of Victoria College in the University of Toronto. The general series was inaugurated last year by the CBC as a permanent lectureship, named for the Right Honorable Vincent Massey, CH. Each year, a distinguished speaker is invited to write and broadcast a number of lectures.
Hello, Jace.
Which will later be published in book form. Professor Frye has chosen as a general title for his series of 6 lectures, The Educated Imagination. In these programs, he will develop a theory on the place and purpose of a literary education.
We're going to develop a theory.
Now the first lecture, The Motive for Metaphor. Professor Frye.
For the past 25 years, I have been teaching and studying English literature in a university. As in any other job, certain questions stick in one's mind. Not because people keep asking them, but because they're the questions inspired by the very fact of being in such a place. What good is the study of literature? Does it help us to think more clearly, or feel more sensitively, or live a better life than we could without it? What is the function of the teacher and scholar, or of the person who calls himself, as I do, a literary critic? What difference does the study of literature make in our social or political or religious attitude? In my early days, I thought very little about such questions, not because I had any of the answers, but because I assumed that anybody who asked them was naive. I think now that the simplest questions are not only the hardest to answer, but the most important to ask. So I'm going to raise them and try to suggest what my present answers are. I say try to suggest because there are only more or less inadequate answers to such questions. There aren't any right answers. The kind of problem that literature raises is not the kind that you ever solve. There are 2 things in particular that I want to discuss with you. In school and in university, there's a subject called English in English-speaking countries. English means, in the first place, the mother tongue. As that, it's the most practical subject in the world. You can't understand anything or take any part in your society.
Oh, I made a mistake.
Wherever illiteracy is a problem, it's as fundamental a problem as getting enough to eat or a place to sleep. The native language takes precedence over every other subject of study.
Unfortunately, I think time may have also proved that one untrue. In the 2020s, it may indeed be true that social illiteracy is not as big a problem for the society as other existential concerns listed here, very unfortunately and sadly.
Nothing else can compare with it in usefulness. But then you find that every mother tongue in any developed or civilized society turns into something called literature. If you keep on studying English, you find yourself trying to read Shakespeare and Milton. Here you don't seem to be in quite the same practical and useful area. Shakespeare and Milton, whatever their merits, are not the kind of thing you must know to hold any place in society.
Illiteracy doesn't literally kill you, but it is easy to imagine that in earlier decades where it was more required, it would definitely get you coming close.
That literature is taking him in a different direction from the immediately useful. and a good many children complain loudly about this. Two questions I want to deal with then are, first, what is the relation of English as the mother tongue to English as a literature? Second, what is the social value of the study of literature, and what is the place of the imagination that literature addresses itself to in the learning process? Let's start with the different ways there are of dealing with the world we're living in. Suppose you're shipwrecked on an uninhabited island in the South Seas. The first thing you do is to take a long look at the world around you, a world of sky and sea and earth and stars and trees and hills. You see this world as objective, as something set over against you and not yourself or related to you in any way. And you notice two things about this objective world. In the first place, it doesn't have any conversation. It's full of animals and plants and insects going on with their own business, but there's nothing that responds to you. It has no morals and no intelligence, or at least none that you can grasp. It may have a shape and a meaning, but it doesn't seem to be a human shape or a human meaning. Even if there's enough to eat and no danger as animals, you feel lonely and frightened and unwanted in such a world. In the second place, you find that looking at the world as something set over against you splits your mind in two. You have an intellect that feels curious about it and wants to study it, and you have feelings or emotions that see it as beautiful or austere or terrible. You know that both these attitudes have some reality, at least for you. If the ship you were wrecked in was a Western ship, you'd probably feel that your intellect tells you more about what's really there in the outer world, and that your emotions tell you more about what's going on inside you. If your background were Oriental, you'd be more likely to reverse this and say that the beauty or terror was what was really there, and that your instinct to count and classify and measure and pull to pieces was what was inside your mind. But whether your point of view is Western or Eastern, intellect and emotion never get together in your mind as long as you're simply looking at the world. They alternate and keep you divided between them. The language you use on this level of the mind is the language of consciousness or awareness. This is the speculative or contemplative position of the mind, the position in which the arts and sciences begin, although they don't stay there very long. The sciences begin by accepting the facts and the evidence about an outside world without trying to alter them. Science proceeds by accurate measurement and description and follows the demands of the reason rather than the emotions. What it deals with is there, whether we like it or not. The emotions are unreasonable. For them, it's what they like and don't like that comes first. We'd be naturally inclined to think that the arts follow the path of emotion, in contrast to the sciences. Up to a point they do, but there's a complicating factor. That complicating factor is the contrast between I like this and I don't like this. In this Robinson Crusoe life I've assigned you, you may have moods of complete peacefulness and joy, moods when you accept your island and everything around you. You wouldn't have such moods very often, and when you had them, they'd be moods of identification, when you felt that the island was a part of you and you a part of it. That is not the feeling of consciousness or awareness, where you feel split off from everything that's not your perceiving self. Your habitual state of mind is the feeling of separation which goes with being conscious, and the feeling, this is not a part of me, soon becomes, this is not what I want. Notice the word want. We'll be coming back to it. So you soon realize that there's a difference between the world you're living in and the world you want to live in. The world you want to live in is a human world, not an objective one. It's not an environment, but a home. It's not the world you see, but the world you build out of what you see. You go to work to build a shelter or plant a garden, and as soon as you start to work, you've moved into a different level of human life. You're not separating only yourself from nature now, but constructing a human world and separating it from the rest of the world. Your intellect and emotions are now both engaged in the same activity, so there's no longer any real distinction between them. As soon as you plant a garden or a crop, you develop the conception of a weed, the plant you don't want in there. But you can't say that weed is either an intellectual or an emotional conception because it's both at once. Further, you go to work because you feel you have to and because you want something at the end of the work. That means that the important categories of your life are no longer the subject and the object, the watcher and the things being watched. The important categories are what you have to do and what you want to do. In other words, necessity and freedom. One person by himself is not a complete human being, so I'll provide you with another shipwrecked refugee of the opposite sex and an eventual family. Now you're a member of a human society. This human society, after a while, will transform the island into something with a human shape. What that human shape is revealed in the shape of the work you do. The buildings, such as they are, the paths through the woods, the planted crops fenced off against whatever animals want to eat them. These things, these rudiments of city, highway, garden, and farm, are the human form of nature, or the form of human nature, whichever you like. This is the area of the applied arts and sciences, and it appears in our society as engineering and agriculture and medicine and architecture. In this area, we can never say clearly where the art stops and the science begins, or vice versa. The language you use on this level is the language of practical sense, a language of verbs, or words of action and movement. The practical world, however, is a world where actions speak louder than words. In some ways, it's a higher level of existence than the speculative level, because it's doing something about the world instead of just looking at it, but in itself, it's a much more primitive level. It's the process of adapting to the environment, or rather, of transforming the environment in the interests of one species that goes on among animals and plants as well as human beings. What makes our practical life really human is a third level of the mind, a level where consciousness and practical skill come together. This third level is a vision or model in your mind of what you want to construct. There's that word want again. The actions of man are prompted by desire, and some of these desires are needs, like food and warmth and shelter. One of these needs is sexual, the desire to reproduce and bring more human beings into existence. But there's also a desire to bring a social human form into existence, the form of cities and gardens and farms that we call civilization. Many animals and insects have this social form too, but man knows that he has it. He can compare what he does with what he can imagine being done. So we begin to see where the imagination belongs in the scheme of human affairs. It's the power of constructing possible models of human experience. In the world of the imagination, anything goes that's imaginatively possible but nothing really happens. If it did happen, it would move out of the world of imagination into the world of action. We have 3 levels of the mind now, and a language for each of them, which in English-speaking societies means an English for each of them. There's the level of consciousness and awareness, where the most important thing is the difference between me and everything else. The English of this level is the English of ordinary conversation, which is mostly monologue, as you'll soon realize if you do a bit of eavesdropping or listening to yourself. We can call it the language of self-expression. Then there's the level of social participation, the working or technological language of teachers and preachers and politicians and advertisers and lawyers and journalists and scientists. We've already called this the language of practical sense. Then there's the level of imagination, which produces the literary language of poems and plays and novels. They're not really different languages, of course, but 3 different reasons for using words. On this basis, perhaps, we can distinguish the arts from the sciences. Science begins with the world we have to live in, accepting its data and trying to deduce its laws. From there, it moves towards the imagination. It becomes a mental construct, a model of a possible way of interpreting experience. The further it goes in this direction, the more it tends to speak the language of mathematics, which is really one of the languages of the imagination, along with literature and music. You can't distinguish the arts from the sciences by the mental processes the people in them use. They both operate on a mixture of hunch and common sense. A highly developed science and a highly developed art are very close together, psychologically and otherwise. Still, the fact that they start from opposite ends, even if they do meet in the middle, makes for one important difference between them. Science learns more and more about the world as it goes on. It evolves and improves. A physicist today knows more physics than Newton did, even if he's not as great a scientist. But literature begins with a possible model of experience, and what it produces is the literary model we call the classic. Literature doesn't evolve or improve or progress. We may have dramatists in the future who will write plays as good as King Lear.
This is
they'll
good.
be very different ones. But drama as a whole will never get better than King Lear. King Lear is it, as far as drama is concerned. So is Oedipus Rex, written 2,000 years earlier than that. And both will be models of dramatic writing as long as the human race endures. Social conditions may improve. Most of us would rather live in 19th century United States than in 13th century Italy. And for most of us, Whitman's celebration of democracy makes a lot more sense than Dante's Inferno. But it doesn't follow that Whitman is a better poet than Dante. Literature won't line up with that kind of improvement. So we find that everything that does improve, including science, leaves the literary artist out in the cold. Writers don't seem to benefit much by the advance of science, although they thrive on superstitions of all kinds. And you certainly wouldn't turn to contemporary poets for guidance or leadership in the 20th century world. You'd hardly go to Ezra Pound with his fascism and social credit and Confucianism and anti-Semitism, or to Yeats with his spiritualism and fairies and astrology, or to D.H. Lawrence, who'll tell you that it's a good thing for servants to be flogged because that restores the precious current of blood reciprocity between servant and master, or to T.S. Eliot, who will tell you that to have a flourishing culture, we should educate an elite, keep most people living in the same spot, and never disestablish the Church of England. The novelists seem to be a little closer to the world they're living in, but not much. When communism...
But yeah, he just went down the list of important historical lessons recently learned in the middle of the 20th century that that may have been forgotten, even though he's still going to be using the word primitive and uncivilized and acting chauvinistic about women.
Talk about the decadence of bourgeois culture. This is the kind of thing they always bring up. The novelists, we should educate an elite, keep most people living in the same spot, and never disestablish the Church of England. The novelists seem to be a little closer to the world they're living in, but not much. When communists talk about the decadence of bourgeois culture, this is the kind of thing they always bring up. Their own writers don't seem to be any better, though, just duller. So the real question is a bigger one. Is it possible that literature, especially poetry, is something that a scientific civilization like ours will eventually outgrow? Man has always wanted to fly, and thousands of years ago, he was making sculptures of winged bulls and telling stories about people who flew so high on artificial wings that the sun melted them off. In an Indian play 1,500 years old, Shakuntala, there's a god who flies around in a chariot that to a modern reader sounds very much like a private aeroplane. Interesting that the writer had so much imagination, but do we need such stories now that we have private aeroplanes? This is not a new question. It was raised 150 years ago by Thomas Love Peacock.
Wait, also the other thing is that a new question that has been raised in this 21st century since is, does that story mean that the ancient Indians actually had some version of their own private aeroplanes?
Who was a poet and a very brilliant one. He wrote an essay called 4 Ages of Poetry, in which he said that poetry was the mental rattle that awakened the imagination of mankind in its infancy, but that now, in an age of science and technology, the poet has outlived his social function. A poet in our times, said Peacock, is a semi-barbarian in a civilized community. He lives in the days that are past. His ideas, thoughts, feelings, associations are all with barbarous manners, obsolete customs, and exploded superstitions. The march of his intellect is like that of a crab, backward.
Jesus.
Peacock's essay annoyed his friend Shelley, who wrote another essay called A Defense of Poetry to refute it. Shelley's essay is a wonderful piece of writing, but it's not likely to convince anyone who needs convincing. I shall be spending a good deal of my time on this question of the relevance of literature in the world of today, and I can only indicate the general lines my answer will take. There are 2 points I can make now, one simple, the other more difficult. The simple point is that literature belongs to the world man constructs, not to the world he sees, to his home, not his environment. Literature's world is a concrete human world of immediate experience. The poet uses images and objects and sensations much more than he uses abstract ideas. The novelist is concerned with telling stories, not with working out arguments. The world of literature is human in shape, a world where the sun rises in the east and sets in the west over the edge of a flat earth in 3 dimensions, where the primary realities are not atoms or electrons but bodies, and the primary forces not energy or gravitation but love and death and passion and joy. It's not surprising if writers are often rather simple people. not always what we think of as intellectuals,
This is very true.
and certainly not always any freer of silliness or perversity than anyone else. What concerns us is what they produce, not what they are. And poetry, according to Milton, who ought to have known, is more simple, sensuous, and passionate than philosophy or science. The more difficult point takes us back to what we said when we were on that South Sea island. Our emotional reaction to the world varies from I like this to I don't like this. The first, we said, was a state of identity, a feeling that everything around us was part of us. And the second is the ordinary state of consciousness, or separation, where art and science begin. Art begins as soon as I don't like this turns into this is not the way I could imagine it. At the level of ordinary consciousness, the individual man is the center of everything, surrounded on all sides by what he isn't. At the level of practical sense, or civilization, there's a human circumference, a little cultivated world with a human shape, fenced off from the jungle and inside the sea and the sky. But in the imagination, anything goes that can be imagined, and the limit of the imagination is a totally human world. Here we recapture, in full consciousness, that original lost sense of identity with our surroundings, where there is nothing outside the mind of man, or something identical with the mind of man. Religions present us with visions of eternal and infinite heavens or paradises, which have the form of the cities and gardens of human civilization, like the Jerusalem and Eden of the Bible, completely separated from the state of frustration and misery that bulks so large in ordinary life. We're not concerned with these visions as religion, but they indicate what the limits of the imagination are. They indicate, too, that in the human world, the imagination has no limits, if you follow me. We said that the desire to fly produced the aeroplane. But people don't get into planes because they want to fly. They get into planes because they want to get somewhere else faster. What's produced the aeroplane is not so much a desire to fly as a rebellion against the tyranny of time and space. And that's a process that can never stop, no matter how high our Titoffs and Glens may go. For each of these 6 talks, I've taken a title from some work of modern literature, and my title for this one is The Motive for Metaphor, from a poem by Wallace Stevens. Here's the poem. You like it under the trees in autumn, because everything is half dead. The wind moves like a cripple among the leaves, and repeats words without meaning. In the same way, you were happy in spring, with the half colors of quarter things, the slightly brighter sky, the melting clouds, the obscure moon lighting an obscure world of things that would never be quite expressed, where you yourself were never quite yourself and did not want nor have to be, desiring the exhilarations of changes, the motive for metaphor, shrinking from the weight of primary noon, the ABC of being, the ruddy temper, the hammer of red and blue, the hard sound, steel against intimation, the sharp flash, the vital, arrogant, fatal, dominant X. What Stevens calls the weight of primary noon, the ABC of being, and the dominant X, is the objective world, the world set over against us. Outside literature, the main motive for writing is to describe this world. But literature itself uses language in a way which associates our minds with it. There are two main kinds of association, analogy and identity. Two things that are like each other and two things that are each other. One produces the figure of speech called the simile. The other produces the figure called metaphor. In descriptive writing, you have to be careful of associative language. The poet, however, uses these two crude, primitive, archaic forms of thought in the most uninhibited way because his job is not to describe nature, but to show you a world completely absorbed and possessed by the human mind.
Uh-oh.
The motive for metaphor, according to Wallace Stevens, is a desire to associate and finally to identify the human mind with what goes on outside it. Because the only genuine joy you can have is in those rare moments when you feel that although we may know in part, as Paul said, we are also a part of what we know.
You have heard the first in this year's series, the Massey Lectures. The speaker is Professor Northrop Frye, principal of Victoria College in the University of Toronto. The lectures will be prepared in book form, and details about price and availability will be given in a later program. Next week, The Singing School.
This is the CBC Radio Network.
Yeah, the audio is gonna crap out at certain parts of this. It sounds like it was, I mean, this is from 1962, so who knows what wild vinyl record-based recording rig they would have originally had set up for this thing while recording devices for consumers was pretty much non-existent. Okay, let me think about my turn for a bit, and then we got to think about questions. Let's go for the airport right now while I have the movement boost. The tank situation up here is what is most bleak. What is bleakest? Should I buy a mid-tank next turn? I think so. Oh, hey, Jay, how did it go? How did it go? Okay, so, The Educated Imagination is the development of a literature theory and also a defense of criticism and the critic as a concept. One thing that has been very elegantly explained is a purpose for literature class, a practical, pragmatic purpose, that is. The underlying thesis, I don't think, is going to be too very different. Do I slow them down for a turn or retreat and survive for another turn? I think we're going with retreat and survival. Ah. Ah. I don't even have anything interesting to say anymore because of the sudden loss in my train of thought movement. Okay, yeah, we're retreating. How come it keeps selecting all these guys who have already moved when I'm pressing the hotkeys for next unit? Anyways, we're good. Okay, so one thing that's not really going to change much over the course of the lectures is the central thesis being that literature class is the most useful one because putting your brain in a situation where you're imagining something differently strengthens some kind of concept of brain elasticity or something, I think, to where you'll be able to imagine practical, real solutions for other problems a lot better, starting from literature class as the like primary exercise. I particularly enjoy the description of airplanes being not something something that people dreamed up as a act of rebellion against the tyranny of ground and time, but have since been understood as something very mundane and ordinary and normal as a very pragmatic means of transportation. It's a good way of summing up the complexity of the psychological soups of what's happening when you're going through fiction. So therefore the question of, do we still need stories about fantastical sci-fi or fantasy situations, is an answer that is a question that can be answered with a resounding yes, because the stories will give people inspiring ideas to work with. However, they can only be sourced to some certain extent to pre-existing lived human experiences. Getting an individual human to come up with an original idea is a lot more feasible than getting the entirety of the entire human population to think outside the human box. So one weird point that kind of came up was that writing as a tool was invented to record something that exists in the world, but might have accidentally kickstarted the human evolution of the human civilizations into activity, because it greatly sped up the processes of people using their imaginations to come up with complicated problems or complicated solutions to complicated problems. Am I interpreting this correctly? Could the Jeep, the recon unit, actually win that fight? Well, let's come back to it later, but I am thinking of sending it in just to slow down the enemy by one tank unit. That tank unit's gonna be slowed down as it is. Maybe I could use it for something more useful in the meantime. We will do the medium tank. I wonder if that move will cost me the whole fight. Okay, so yeah, when discussing the pragmatic usage of literature class and arts over sciences, the point about airplanes seems very, very apt. This is taking too long to input the adder damage calc values there. I'm still not interpreting this correctly. 10 to 19. Yeah, okay, I get it. All right, now what about regular tank when it has 1 HP? Aha! Yes, okay, I'm interpreting that as a victory for my recon unit versus that tank in the north. But it might be more useful down here instead. I'm committing to a strategy of assuming that it will be. Should I move off of that building? Yes, I should. Okay, now is the end of my turn. Okay, so writing was invented for scientific pragmatic purposes and now primarily gets thought of as an artistic medium, but its day-to-day usage might still be more pragmatic. Right, to record information that happens in the world. Very, very swiftly got used to imagine fictional events that did not happen in the world. Isn't this based on one of those ancient games? Yes, this is based on the ancient game Advance Wars from 2001 on Game Boy Advance, which is ironically or indirectly or accidentally or maybe unknowingly inspired by Helvigian Kriegspiel from the 1790s, which was the first game in my narrative timeline that used a square grid-based terrain representational system as opposed to keeping things an abstract grid-based chessboard. Okay, lecture number 2. Let's hit it. I got more notes to take. Oh, we'll skip
Professor Fry
this guy.
lecture titled The Singing School. Northrop Frye is professor of English and principal of Victoria College in the University of Toronto. Professor Fry.
In my first talk, where I shipwrecked you on a South Sea island, we discovered that the language of literature was associative. It uses figures of speech, like the simile and the metaphor, to suggest an identity between the human mind and the world outside it. That
Oh, hey.
identity is what the imagination is chiefly concerned with.
Some good advice, Kerba boy.
You've noticed that we gradually shifted off the island back to 20th century Canada. There'd be precious little literature produced on your island, and what there'd be would be of a severely practical kind, like messages in bottles, if you had any bottles. The reason for that is that you're not a genuine primitive. Your imagination couldn't operate on such a world except in terms of the world you know. Think of Robinson Crusoe, an 18th century Englishman from a nation of shopkeepers. He didn't write poetry. What he did was to open a journal and a ledger. But suppose you were enough of a primitive to develop a genuinely imaginative life of your own. You'd start by identifying the human and the non-human worlds in all sorts of ways. The commonest and the most important for literature is the god, the being who is human in general form and character, but seems to have some particular connection with the outer world, a storm god, or sun god, or tree god. Some peoples identify themselves with certain animals or plants, called totems. Some link certain animals, real or imaginary, bulls or dragons, with forces of nature. Some ascribe powers of controlling nature to certain human beings, usually magicians, sometimes kings. You may say that these things belong to comparative religion or anthropology, not to literary criticism. I am saying that they are all products of an impulse to identify human and natural worlds, that they're really metaphors, and become purely metaphors, part of the language of poetry, as soon as they cease to be beliefs, or even sooner. No society is too primitive to have some kind of literature. The only thing is that primitive literature hasn't yet become distinguished from other aspects of life. It's still embedded in religion, magic, and social ceremonies. But we can see literary expression taking shape in these things and forming an imaginative framework, so to speak, that contains the literature descending from it. Stories are told about gods and form a mythology. The gods take on certain characteristics. There's a trickster god, a mocking god, a boastful god. The same types of characters get into legends and folk tales, and as literature develops, into fiction. Rituals and dances take on dramatic form, and eventually an independent drama develops. Poems used for certain occasions, war songs, work songs, funeral laments, lullabies, become traditional literary forms. The moral of all this is that every form in literature has a pedigree, and we can trace its descent back to the earliest times. A writer's desire to write can only have come from previous experience of literature, and he'll start by imitating whatever he's read, which usually means what the people around him are writing. The young poet of Shakespeare's day would probably write about the frustration of sexual desire. A young poet today would probably write about the release of it. But in both cases, the writing is conventional. The poet doesn't create out of nothing, and whatever he has to say, he can only say in a recognizably literary way. We can perhaps understand this better if we take painting as our example. There have been painters since the last ice age, and I hope there will be painters until the next one. They show every conceivable variety of vision and of originality in setting it out. But the actual technical or formal problems of composition involved in the act of getting certain colors and shapes on a flat surface, usually rectangular, have remained constant from the beginning. So with literature. In fiction, the technical problems of shaping a story to make it interesting to read, to provide for suspense, to find the logical points where the story should begin and end, don't change much in whatever time or culture the story is being told. E.M. Forster once remarked that if it weren't for wedding bells or funeral bells, a novelist would hardly know where to stop. He might have added a third conventional ending, the point of self-knowledge, at which a character finds something out about himself as a result of some crucial experience. But weddings and deaths and initiation ceremonies have always been points at which the creative imagination came into focus, both now and thousands of years ago. If you open the Bible, you'll soon come to the story of the finding of the infant Moses by Pharaoh's daughter. That's a conventional type of story, the mysterious birth of the hero. It was told about a Mesopotamian king long before there was any Bible. It was told of Perseus in Greek legend. Then it passed into literature with Euripides' play Ion. Then it was used by Plautus and Terence and other writers of comedies. Then it became a device in fiction, used in Tom Jones and Oliver Twist, and it's still going strong. You notice that popular literature, the kind of stories that are read for relaxation, is always very highly conventionalized. If you pick up a detective story, you may not know until the last page who done it, but you always know before you start reading exactly the kind of thing that's going to happen. If you read the fiction in women's magazines, you read the story of Cinderella over and over again. If you read thrillers, you read the story of Bluebeard over and over again. If you read westerns, you're reading a development of a pastoral convention, which turns up in writers of all ages, including Shakespeare. It's the same with characterization. The tricky or boastful gods of ancient myths and primitive folk tales are characters of the same kind that turn up in Faulkner or Tennessee Williams. I mentioned Plautus and Terence, writers of comedies in Rome 200 years before Christ, who took their plots mainly from still earlier Greek plays. Usually what happens is that a young man is in love with a courtesan. His father says nothing doing.
I think this plot was used to make an absolutely hilarious 1960s movie called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum. Highly recommended. If you want to see a modern version of an ancient comedy formula, that is, it's not based on an ancient comedy verbatim, it's just based on tropes and cliches that are still funny today. Northrop Frye is apparently still talking about that.
But a clever slave fools the father, and the young man gets his girl. Change the courtesan to a chorus girl, the slave to a butler, and the father to Aunt Agatha, and you've got the same plot and the same cast of characters that you find in a novel of P.G. Wodehouse. Our principle is, then, that literature can only derive its forms from itself. They can't exist outside literature, any more than musical forms, like the sonata and the fugue, can exist outside music. This principle is important for understanding what's happened in Canadian literature. When Canada was still a country for pioneers, it was assumed that a new country, a new society, new things to look at, and new experiences would produce a new literature. So Canadian writers ever since, including me, have been saying that Canada was just about to get itself a brand new literature. But these new things provide only content. They don't provide new literary forms. Those can come only from the literature Canadians already know. People coming to Canada from, say, England in 1800 started writing in the conventions of English literature in 1800. They couldn't possibly have done anything else. They weren't primitives and could never have looked at the world the way the Indians did. When they wrote, they produced second-hand imitations of Byron and Scott and Tom Moore because that was what they had been reading. Canadian writers today produce imitations of D.H. Lawrence and W.H. Auden for the same reason. The same thing happened in the States, and people predicted there that new Iliads and Odysseys would arise in the ancient forests of the New World. The Americans were a little luckier than we were. They really did have writers original enough to give them their national epics. These national epics weren't a bit like the Iliad or the Odyssey. They were such books as Huckleberry Finn and Moby Dick, which developed out of conventions quite different from Homer's. Or is it really true to say that they're not a bit like the Iliad or the Odyssey? Superficially, they're very different. But the better you know both the Odyssey and Huckleberry Finn, the more impressed you'll be by the resemblances, the disguises, the ingenious lies to get out of scrapes, the exciting adventures, that often suddenly turn tragic, the mingling of the strange and the familiar.
Can I
Of a humor comradeship.
tank this helicopter? No.
And Melville goes out of his way to explain how his white whale belongs in the same family of sea monsters that turn up in Greek myth and in the Bible. I'm not saying that there's nothing new in literature. I'm saying that everything is new, and yet recognizably the same kind of thing as the old. Just as a new baby is a genuinely new individual, although it's also an example of something very common, which is human beings, and also it's lineally descended from the first human beings there ever were. And what, you ask, is the point of saying that? I have 2 points. First, you remember that I distinguished the language of imagination or literature from the language of consciousness, which produces ordinary conversation, and from the language of practical skill or knowledge, which produces information, like science and history. These are both forms of verbal address, where you speak directly to an audience. There is no direct address in literature. It isn't what you say, but how it's said that's important there. The literary writer is giving information, either about a subject or about his state of mind. He's trying to let something take on its own form, whether it's a poem or play or novel or whatever. That's why you can't produce literature voluntarily in the way you'd write a letter or a report. That's also why it's no use telling the poet that he ought to write in a different way so you can understand him better. He can only write out what takes shape in his mind. It's quite wrong to think of the original writer as the opposite of the conventional one. All writers are conventional because all writers have the same problem of transferring their language from direct speech to the imagination. For the serious, mediocre writer,
A serious, mediocre writer.
sound like a lot of other people. For the popular writer, it gives him a formula he can exploit. For the serious, good writer, it releases his experiences or emotions from himself and incorporates them into literature where they belong. Here's a poem by a contemporary of Shakespeare, Thomas Campion. When thou must home to shades of underground, and there arrived a new admired guest, the beauteous spirits do engirt thee round, white Iope, blithe Helen, and the rest, to hear the stories of thy finished love from that smooth tongue whose music held and moved. Then wilt thou speak of banqueting delights, of masques and revels which sweet youth did make, of tourneys and great challenges of night, and all these triumphs for thy beauty's sake. When thou hast told these honors done to thee, then tell, O friend,
Yeah.
how thou didst murder me.
You can hear the tapes eating him.
This is written in the convention that poets of that age used for love poetry. The poet is always in love with some obdurate and unresponsive mistress, whose neglect of the lover may even cause his madness or death. It's pure convention, and it's a complete waste of time trying to find out about the women in Campion's life. There can't possibly be any real experience behind it. Campion himself was a poet and a critic, and a composer who set his poems to his own musical settings and wrote a book on counterpoint. He was also a professional man who started out in law but switched over to medicine and served for some time in the army. In other words, he was a busy man who didn't have much time for getting himself murdered by cruel mistresses. His poem uses religious language, but not a religion that he could ever have believed in. At the same time, it's a superbly lovely poem. It's perfection itself. And if you think that a conventional poem can only be just a literary exercise, and that you could write a better poem out of a real experience, I'd be doubtful of your success.
Okay, what he just said is something really important that not a lot of people who do this kind of work are aware of. I need to write this down. Conventionality and experience in all capital letters with conventionality are probably actually more helpful for creating great works of art that evoke pain, that evoke fictional and misery, than it is to actually go through real life pain and misery to inform the art. You want a bit of that, but you also want a pretty comfortable enough life to not worry about existential poverty issues at the same time as you're making the art. It's kind of, human brain has a very hard time doing both. Being in a mental state where you're making art and it's good is like one of the highest planes of sensual frivolity and pleasure that the human brain can experience. It's something that does not come easy unless you already have a safe, supportive environment where you're not worried about bills while you're doing it.
But I can't explain what...
Let me rewind him a little bit, get that again.
In other words, he was a busy man, who didn't have much time for getting himself murdered by cruel mistresses. There can't possibly be any real experience behind it. Campion himself was a poet and a critic, and a composer who set his poems to his own musical settings, and wrote a book on counterpoint. He was also a professional man who started out in law but switched over to medicine, and served for some time in the army. In other words, he was a busy man, who didn't have much time for getting himself murdered by cruel mistresses. His poem uses religious language, but not a religion that he could ever have believed in. At the same time, it's a superbly lovely poem. It's perfection itself. And if you think that a conventional poem can only be just a literary exercise, and that you could write a better poem out of a real experience, I'd be doubtful of your success. But I can't explain what Campion has really done in this poem without my second point. All themes and characters and stories that you encounter in literature belong to one big interlocking family. You can see how true this is if you think of such words as tragedy or comedy or satire or romance, certain typical ways in which stories get told. You keep associating your literary experiences together. You're always being reminded of some other story you read, or movie you saw, or character that impressed you. For most of us, most of the time, this goes on unconsciously, but the fact that it does go on suggests that perhaps in literature you don't just read one novel or poem after another, but that there's a real subject to be studied, as there is in a science, and that the more you read, the more you'll learn about literature as a whole. This conception of literature as a whole suggests something else. Is it possible to get, in however crude and sketchy a way, some bird's-eye view of what literature as a whole is about? Considered, that is, as a coherent subject of study, and not just a pile of books. Several critics in the last few years have been playing with this suggestion, and they all begin by going back to the primitive literature that we spoke of a moment ago. For constructing any work of art, you need some principle of repetition or recurrence. That's what gives you rhythm in music and pattern in painting. A literature, we said, has a lot to do with identifying the human world with the natural world around it, or finding analogies between them. In nature, the most obvious repeating or recurring feature is the cycle. The sun travels across the sky and comes back again. The seasons go from spring to winter and back to spring again. Water goes from springs or fountains to the sea and back again in rain. Human life goes from childhood to death and back again in a new birth. A great many primitive stories and myths, then, would attach themselves to this cycle, which stretches like a backbone through the middle of both human and natural life. Mythologies are full of young gods or heroes who go through various successful adventures and then are deserted or betrayed or killed, and then come back to life again, suggesting in their story the movement of the sun across the sky into the dark, or the progression of seasons through winter and spring. Sometimes they're swallowed by a huge sea monster, or killed by a boar, or they wander in a strange dark underworld, and then fight their way out again. Myths of this kind come into the stories of Perseus, Theseus, and Hercules in Greek mythology, and they lurk behind many of the stories of the Bible. Usually there's a female figure in the story. Some of the critics I mentioned suggest that these stories go back to a single mythical story, which may never have existed as a whole story anywhere, but which we can reconstruct from the myths and legends we have. The poet Robert Graves has tried to do this in a book called The White Goddess. Graves has a poem called To Juan at the Winter Solstice. Juan is his son, and the winter solstice is Christmas time, the low point of the year, when we set logs on fire or hang lights on a tree, originally to help make sure that the light of the world won't go out altogether. Graves' poem begins, "There is one story and one story only that will prove worth your telling, whether of learned bard or gifted child. To it all lines or lesser gods belong, that startle with their shining such common stories as they stray into." In Graves' version of the one story, the heroine is a white goddess, a female figure associated with the moon, who is sometimes a maiden, sometimes a wife, sometimes a beautiful but treacherous witch or siren, sometimes a sinister old woman or hag, belonging to the lower world, like Hecate and the witches in Macbeth. Graves would say that the eloquence and power of the Campion poem I just read you was the result of the fact that it evokes this white goddess in one of her most frequent aspects, the sinister witch in hell, gloating over the murdered bodies of her lovers. By saying it's the only story worth telling in literature, Graves means that the great types of stories, such as comedies and tragedies, start out as episodes from it. Comedies derive from the phase in which God and goddess are happy wedded lovers. Tragedies from the phase in which the lover is cast off and killed, while the white goddess renews her youth and waits for another round of victims. I think myself that
I'm not going to think too hard about this.
One in literature, but that it fits inside a still bigger and better known one. To explain what it is, I have to take you back, for the last time, I hope, to the desert island and the 3 levels of the mind. You start, I said, by looking at the world with your intellect and your emotions. Occasionally, you have a feeling of identity with your surroundings, where you feel, I like this. But more often, you feel self-conscious and cut off from them. I mentioned Robinson Crusoe opening his journal and ledger. All he had to put into his ledger were the things against and in favor of his situation. And perhaps now we can see why he thought it was important to record them. If you were developing an imagination in your new world that belonged to that world, you'd start off something like this. I feel separated and cut off from the world around me, but occasionally I felt that it was really a part of me, and I hope I'll have that feeling again, and that next time it won't go away. That's a dim, misty outline of the story that's told so often of how man once lived in a golden age, or a Garden of Eden, or the Hesperides, or a happy island kingdom in the Atlantic, how that world was lost, and how we someday may be able to get it back again. I said last day that this is a feeling of lost identity, and that poetry, by using the language of identification, which is metaphor, tries to lead our imaginations back to it. Anyway, that's what a lot of poets say they're trying to do. Here's Blake. The nature of my work is visionary or imaginative. It is an attempt to restore what the ancients called the Golden Age. Here's Wordsworth. Paradise and groves Elysian, fortunate fields, like those of old sought in the Atlantic main. Why should they be a history only of departed things, or a mere fiction of what never was? I, long before the blissful hour arrives, would chant in lonely peace the spousal verse of this great consummation. Here's D.H. Lawrence. If only I am keen and hard like the sheer tip of a wedge, driven by invisible blows, the rock will split, we shall come at the wonder, we shall find the Hesperides. And here's Yeats, in his poem Sailing to Byzantium, which has given me the title I have given to this talk, The Singing School. An aged man is but a paltry thing, a tattered coat upon a stick, unless soul clap its hands and sing, and louder sing, for every tatter in its mortal dress. Nor is there singing school but studying monuments of its own magnificence. And therefore I have sailed the seas and come to the holy city of Byzantium. This story of the loss and regaining of identity is, I think, the framework of all literature. Inside it comes the story of the hero of 1,000 faces, as one critic calls him, whose adventures, death, disappearance, and marriage or resurrection are the focal points of what later become romance and tragedy and satire and comedy and fiction, and the emotional moods that take their place in such forms as the lyrics that normally don't tell a story. We notice that modern writers speak of these visions of sacred golden cities and happy gardens very rarely, though when they do, they clearly mean
What?
They spend a good deal more of their time on the
What?
frustration or absurdity of human.
I won!
In other words, literature not only leads us toward the regaining of identity, but it also separates this
Thank you, thank you.
the world we don't like and want to get away from.
Okay, I think
Literature takes towards this world,
my opponent might have just actually screwed me.
but the tone we call ironic.
This was a strategic defeat
To enable
in which I will lose because it will match me up against. I mean, it says I won on paper, but
play, for example,
in material reality, I lost.
more about what's going on,
And I'll explain in a second.
and so to detach us, at least in imagination, from the
Well,
world we prefer not to be involved with. As civilization develops, we become more preoccupied with human life and less conscious of our relation to non-human nature. Literature reflects this, and the more advanced the civilization, the more literature seems to concern
thanks for the 25
purely
bucks.
human problems and conflicts.
What a
The gods and heroes of the old myths paved
what a
the way
bittersweet
and
victory.
gave place to people like ourselves. In Shakespeare, we can still have heroes who can see ghosts and talk in magnificent poetry. But by the time we get to Beckett's Waiting for Godot, they're speaking prose and have turned into ghosts themselves. We have to look at the figures of speech a writer uses, his images and symbols, to realize that underneath all the complexity of human life, that uneasy stare at an alien nature is still haunting us, and the problem of surmounting it still with us. Above all, we have to look at the total design of a writer's work, the title he gives to it, and his main theme, which means his point in writing it, to understand that literature is still doing the same job that mythology did earlier, but filling in its huge, cloudy shapes with sharper lights and deeper shadows.
The Singing School, number 2 in the current series of Massey Lectures. Northrop Frye, principal of Victoria College at the University of Toronto, is the speaker. The series will continue next Sunday.
This is the CBC Radio Network.
The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation presents Giants in Time. This is the third talk in a 6-part series of Massey Lectures entitled The Educated Imagination. The Massey Lectures were established by the CBC in honor of the Right Honorable Vincent Massey, former Governor General of Canada. The speaker is Northrop Frye, principal of Victoria College, University of Toronto.
Okay, so we just heard part 2. What are your questions? I'm not going to ask if we have any questions. What are your observations? What are your thoughts? What are your feelings? How does this make you feel? I took notes. I took 4 notes. My first note is the bit about how conventionality and experience are probably going to weigh more for creating great art than going through real life, artistically adventurous or inspiring situations. If someone goes through some real tough shit that they could write a book about, but they have no experience or training writing a book, the book they're going to try to write about it might not be great. I disagree that modern fiction and philosophy oh boy. Well, I mean, like, trying to explain why you disagree is probably going to take some more word count than that. And as of right now, I just got an ear full of like the expert in the room on the situation. So, with all due respect, I think the opinion of a Twitch chat on Advanced Wars by Web for the gamer on Twitch is might not hit me as hard as Northrop, but you were welcome to explain it out and spell it out. It's just like this also happened last time when we were listening to philosophy lectures, and I remember seeing some chat messages that are like, "I disagree with the professor. Free will doesn't exist," and it's like. Modern fiction and philosophy take the same role in society. Right, it's like kind of an abstract sort of truism that would have been used to make the greater point. One frustrating thing when dealing with academia comes from their love of making Italy was invented in 1861 style statements that might be technically true, but are immediately counterintuitive to the general public sensibilities. Yeah, modern fiction and philosophy taking the same role in society, just that pre-modern fiction is a lot more collaborative than modern fiction. Yeah. Take the same role in society, though. Another way I heard it explained was that they fulfilled the same psychological purpose, the same psychological role, the same psychological impulses are being fulfilled. That when a human being has enough luxuries in their immediate environment and don't have to worry too hard about existential problems, they start thinking about thinking. They start thinking about themselves, and depending on the environment and the time period, that's either going to come out as like modern psychology or modern philosophy or ancient religion and ancient mythology. One thing that Frye is really big on that I love, because I'm kind of sort of on this big ride too. I am ready to take a musket and roll it up a hill with a cannon and die on the hill that there is either some singular point of storytelling origin for all Western storytelling, or some certain instinctive impulses embedded within the Homo sapien creature that causes remarkably similar stories to pop up at various points on planet Earth. And one candidate he uses for his primordial instinctive human story is the Lost Golden Age story. At some point in this, he said it was the framework of all literature, that the hero's journeys of ancient mythology, Gilgamesh descended stuff, spirals out of something even earlier and more primitive, and that is a story that some ancient primordial humans would have told their people for some whatever reason, that a few generations ago we lived in a golden age. A few generations ago, maybe not, definitely not your grandparent, your father's time, and not your grandparents' time, though they might still have memories. Maybe something more like your great grandparents' time, of no one who was really around in the immediate waking life of the person hearing the story to actually make a counterclaim to the popular story that we all used to live in a lost, glorious age where everything was better and people used to be better, and the gods in charge of supernatural authorities were treating us puny mortals better. Using this as the base work for a story is something that seems so ubiquitously common everywhere on planet Earth that in 1962 at least the spearheaders of the field were saying things like, "That's the framework of all literature." Classic heroes' journeys descend from that, and now conventional modern genres of romance, comedy, tragedy, suspense, and all other fiction branch out of those heroes' journeys, which branch out of a mythological bedrock of basically framing it all as comparing things to a more glorious past that cannot actually be currently proven or verified by the current audience. Yeah, and in almost all acts of engaging with the story, the audience is suspending their disbelief, and allowing themselves to work off of that kind of assumption that the story they're getting worn through is it's not like watching the news. It is fiction. You assume it's comfortable because it might be something that's been done 1,000 times before that people have proven they can safely get away with reporting. I don't think that made any sense in a modern internet misinformation context, what I just said. But in one of these books of Northrop Frye that I've been reading, he talks about how the poet's license to lie could plug into some universal suspense of disbelief that every story you're hearing about might have something to do with a aspirational time or place that is very different from your current own. And that's one of the assumptions that makes all the terrible things that happen in fiction not that shocking when you are aware ahead of time that it is fiction. So yeah, the old myths are based on some extremely common archetypes, one of which is a lost golden age story. The gods of old myths fade away, right? Gods, characters that represent personifications of nature. The gods of old myths fade away and give way to people more like ourselves. So, Shakespeare's characters see ghosts and speak in poetry, but Beckett's characters speak prose and are ghosts themselves. Shakespeare's characters are not demigods like Homer's characters, who still speak in a style that no one in real life ever would speak like. People in movies do that too. One of the biggest tells you can tell between someone's first movie and someone who's experienced, and one of the most obvious embarrassing student movie tells is that they'll instruct the actors to act realistically. Even in quote unquote realistic movies, no one actually talks like they do in real life with vocal pauses and frequent mistakes and having to correct themselves mid-sentence. It would drive audiences absolutely crazy. And I'm bringing that up because there seems to be this recurring drive or impulse towards realism that never really actually happens in art, that becomes more ridiculous with time when you can go back and look back on it, that still seems to be driving towards more realism, right? The characters in mythology are usually the gods themselves. They're not very human. They don't fear death. When violence happens, it's inconsequential. When Homer rolls around and we start getting modern, complicated literature, the characters are psychologically human. They lie. They get fooled by their lies. They have foolish aspirations and hopes and predictions that can be very tragic for audiences to know more about than the characters. But they also still speak in poetry and take great risks that no real humans actually take. They see ghosts and interact with supernatural creatures. Shakespeare's characters are not really supernatural creatures themselves. They don't have invincibility powers unless they get shot in the leg and so forth. They don't have literal manifestations of well, they kind of do. I was thinking about how Odysseus has a very literal manifestation of Athena helping him out along the way, and I don't know if the fairies and Spriggans and such of like Midsummer's Nights are quite in league of the same levels of power. Yeah, if they were a video game, the characters throughout history, literature history, tend to keep having lower and lower power levels as time goes on, while still retaining qualities that are not realistic, that no one on planet Earth actually retains in their day-to-day lived values. And if we actually saw a work of fictional literature where people acted like that, it would strike us weird. We would wonder whether or not we accidentally turned it to a documentary or the news. Why am I bringing all this up? Because literature is doing the same job mythology did earlier. Roundabout point, yeah, I see it as a self-reinforcing point. What was the statement of disagreement? I disagree that modern fiction and philosophy take the same role in society. Pre-modern fiction is a lot more collaborative than modern fiction. Yeah, and modern medicine is a lot more collaborative than pre-modern medicine. Modern psychology is a lot more collaborative than they're mirror images. There's an Ouroboros here. I think he's saying that modern fiction and philosophy take the same role in modern society as pre-modern religion and pre-modern mythologizing would. There is an explanation behind spooky phenomena that gives normal people a very, very good sense of logic to the world. There is also maybe purpose might be a less useful word than impulse. I really liked the impulse justification that when the human as an animal reaches some degree of self-awareness, depending on the modern time or historical time, it's either going to come out as philosophy or psychology or hocus pocus magic mythology. Yeah. I remember, I feel back in school where I did study this as a media designer, but also feel like I can find the line, like all the things that inherited this thought and re-examined it. They don't have examples from the top of my head. Maybe fan fiction is closer to mythology. LOL, prelapsarian. Yes. Mythology, in most uses of the definition that I've seen tossed around here, does explicitly refer to a collaborative pre-copyright process where the stories that a culture developed happened. The stories that a culture developed as a tradition and latched onto as a meaningful, important part of their culture happens really accidentally. the origins are always fuzzy. That's kind of that's part of the definition of mythology, is that the origins will be fuzzy. No one will know exactly when it was first told or whether or not Homer was one person, and that's kind of always been part of the appeal, the mystery, the appeal of the stories has always had an enticing, mysterious element to them from day one, and that is part of day one question mark, and that is part of the appeal of mythology compared to literature is something that would have struck audiences as being old and ancient and timeless even thousands of years ago. It's designed to sound like that from the get-go. It will have its stories taking place in wasteland, primordial alien planet versions of the world where only like 4 people exist, even though the world may never have actually looked like that in real life. How did I get there? Fan fiction is closer to the mythology. Yes, okay, so explicitly because there is no copyright element and the origins of how trends in fan fiction can be very unclear, how talking about fan fiction itself carries associations with a nebulousness of there being no one central author or reliable path to monetization, would pin it closer to mythology. One of the reasons why modern English will use the word mythology as a synonym for fiction, as a synonym for gobbledygook, hocus pocus bullshit, is because it's associated with a very casual, unorthodox way of getting the balls rolling. So yeah, fan fiction is closer to mythology. I would say that I made some videos that might not have said the point as out loud, but when I was getting into mythology around 2016 to 2018, I was really getting a kick I was getting into ancient mythology and reading Homer, and I was really getting a kick out of the UFO news that was coming out around then, because that to me strikes me as modern mythology. There is no scientific consensus even on why some photographs and some radar sensors and some high precision naval atmospheric detection equipment is showing spooky blobs on them sometimes. But I have a feeling that by the way these things usually go, it will be discovered to be something that even if it is shocking and wild for the first initial reaction, will gradually become more understandable and prosaic, and is absolutely probably realistically going to be a explainable machine error if they have not already debunked these things. But the point is, the greater human psychological response to seeing spooky shapes in the air that your current background of information cannot process into a more sensical image is to mythologize it. A perfectly sane, psychologically neurotypical human being who has all their screws screwed in tightly are going to see a spooky flying saucer or something for the first few frames. It's a archetypical monster that is in kind of the background consciousness of everyone's ideas. We all collectively, as not even a society but a planet of human beings, tend to have this association of spooky alien monsters flying around screwing with us for fun, that if we do see something in the sky that we don't immediately make sense of, that's one of, as stupid as it is, it will be one of the higher priorities on everyone's psychological checklist for interpreting what they're seeing up there. And that's a very, very fast-paced and nonverbal example of the same kind of psychological thought processes that were going through the mind of Homer or the Homers when turning stories about gods and monsters that had been used to give explanations for quick, sudden sights of something illusory or unknown, and turn the hunches and the assumptions and the glances into psychologically complex works of literature that have gotten thousands of years of a ball rolling towards concepts like oh boy, nationalism and borders, patriotism, the justifications for dying for a country have been used to dictate political reality for centuries, if not millennia, and we owe that to literature. We owe that to the Iliad. Yeah, that's what Northrop Frye is getting at here. I don't know if I was able to explain that clearly. There's a narrative in my head that makes sense. I just tapped it with the Pabst Blue Ribbon bottle. It's not coming out clearly right now, but maybe you guys will get a dose of what I'm smoking after listening to the next lecture. Let's see if I missed anything interesting going on in the chat while thinking all that out. It's interesting to think in context of comic books / comic book movies where most characters are demigods or like supernatural moments. Yeah, and Northrop Frye types, scholarly types like Northrop Frye, I guess Joseph McCampbell would come up in this conversation too. We have them to blame for making the comparison between modern comic books and ancient mythology, both of which would point to some kind of shared human experience coming out from the authors of these things as an impulse, as a shared human activity. It's funny seeing people go through every letter Lovecraft wrote to standardize his mythos when that's absolutely missing the point. Right, I thought one of the fun things about going through an author is that you get to see how they change their mind over time. I do love sagas because they're literally fan fiction based on oral history of like the ancestors, of some Norse goobers. Sometimes they're historical parts, but they're also for sure fan fiction. Yeah, I've been doing some research on Celtic fan fiction, Celtic mythology for the Judaro video, and sure enough, the character of Connery Moore is a very Greek tragedy that is based on, supposedly, according to the scholars, a real actual king who lived and died in the 1st century AD in Ireland. I think it's pretty plausible that the Olympian gods might have been based on a particular family of Greek colonists who sailed over, settled in the mainland, and had some wild stories that never got memorized by specific name, but did get memorized by what they represent or how they made the listeners feel, and over the years their names wouldn't have even been that important. Stories similar to that may have also come and gone from the islands for centuries or millennia, but that's the one we got because it happened to be the one that was making it through the cycles when writing was invented. Can you use a darker background while you talk, please? I like listening to you, but the light is killing me. It's 4 a.m. now. Okay. Let's do part 3.
The Canadian Broadcasting Corp. Lecture, University of Toronto.
When you see a play of Shakespeare, in the last 2 talks, we've been circling around the question, what kind of reality does literature have? When you see a play of Shakespeare, you know that there never were any such people as Hamlet or Falstaff. There may once have been a prince in Denmark named Amleth, or there may have been somebody called Sir John Fastolf. In fact, there was, and he comes into an earlier play of Shakespeare's. But these historical figures have no more to do with Shakespeare's Hamlet or Falstaff than you or I have. Poets are fond of telling people, especially people with money or influence, that they can make them immortal by mentioning them in poems. Sometimes they're right. If there ever was any huge, sulky bruiser in the Greek army named Achilles, he'd no doubt be surprised to find that his name was still well known after 3,000 years. Whether he be pleased or not is another question. Assuming that there was a historical Achilles, there are two reasons why his name is still well known. One reason is that Homer wrote about him. The other reason is that practically everything Homer said about him was preposterous. Nobody was ever made invulnerable by being dipped in a river. Nobody ever fought with a river god. Nobody had a sea nymph for a mother. Whether it's Achilles or Hamlet or King Arthur or Charles Dickens' father, once anyone gets put into literature, he's taken over by literature, and whatever he was in real life could hardly matter less. Still, if Homer's Achilles isn't the real Achilles, he isn't unreal either. Unrealities don't seem so full of life after 3,000 years as Homer's Achilles does. This is the kind of problem we have to tackle next. The fact that what we meet in literature is neither real nor unreal. We have two words, imaginary, meaning unreal, and imaginative, meaning what the writer produces, and they mean entirely different things. We can understand, though, how the poet got his reputation as a kind of licensed liar. The word poet itself means liar in some languages, and the words we use in literary criticism, fable, fiction, myth, have all come to mean something we can't believe. Some parents in Victorian times wouldn't let their children read novels because they weren't true. But not many reasonable people today would deny that the poet is entitled to change whatever he likes when he uses a theme from history or real life. The reason why was explained long ago by Aristotle. The historian makes specific and particular statements, such as the Battle of Hastings was fought in 1066. Consequently, he's judged by the truth or falsehood of what he says. Either there was such a battle or there wasn't. And if there was, he's got the date either right or wrong. But the poet, Aristotle says, never makes any real statements at all. Certainly no particular or specific ones. The poet's job is not to tell you what happened, but what happens. Not what did take place, but the kind of thing that always does take place. He gives you the typical, recurring, or what Aristotle calls universal event. You wouldn't go to Macbeth to learn about the history of Scotland. You go to it to learn what a man feels like after he's gained a kingdom and lost his soul. Our impressions of human life are picked up one by one and remain for most of us loose and disorganized. But we constantly...
Okay, I was mentioning earlier the universal event. That making the shocking horrors of fiction easier to swallow for audiences is somewhat similar to hearing about shocking horrors happening in ancient history. Something about a large time scale makes it easier. And that I brought this up in relation to the Lost Golden Age narrative. Right. How setting a story 3 or so generations ago kind of seems to prime people for assuming that the characters involved might somehow be more rough and tough or morally righteous than modern people. But it also puts a big gap of safe distance between you and those events. So even though a story can take place in modern times, there's a kind of unspoken, unconscious assumption that there is safe distance between us and the events, the characters of the story. And Northrop Frye is talking about how Aristotle has this concept of the universal event, that all the stories in fiction are kind of sort of like non-fictional news reports reporting on a universal event that didn't really happen, but generally strikes audiences as something that should have happened, or could have happened, or would have happened. Yeah, from there we get to love and hate such cliches and tropes as happy endings and impossible coincidences, etc., and so forth. Yeah, just basically associating this idea of all storytelling genres being a spin-off of the long forgotten golden age story premise, associating it with this Aristotelian look of stories being the reporting of a universal past event. Even when it takes place in modernity, you kind of get a vibe that a work of fiction is teaching you some old ancient lesson of timeless wisdom, even if it takes place in a modern high school setting.
They find things in literature that's life. You go to it to learn what a man feels like after he's no particular or specific ones. The poet's job is not to tell you what happened, but what happens. Not what did take place, but the kind of thing that always does take place. He gives you the typical, recurring, or what Aristotle calls universal event. You wouldn't go to Macbeth to learn about the history of Scotland. You go to it to learn what a man feels like after he's gained a kingdom and lost his soul. Our impressions of human life are picked up one by one and remain for most of us loose and disorganized. But we constantly find things in literature that suddenly coordinate and bring into focus a great many such impressions. And this is part of what Aristotle means by the typical or universal human event. All right, but how does this explain Achilles? Achilles was invulnerable except for his heel, and he was the son of a sea nymph. Neither of these things can be true of anybody. So how does that make Achilles a typical or universal figure? Here there's another kind of principle involved. Achilles is more than what any man could be, because he's also what a man wishes he could be. And he does what most men would do if they were strong enough. He's not a portrait of an individual hero, but a great smoldering force of human desire and frustration and discontent, something we all have in us too, part of mankind as a whole. And because he's that, he can be partly a god, involved with nature to the point of having a mother in the sea and an enemy in the river, besides having other gods in the sky directly interested in him and what he's doing. And because with all his superhuman strength, he's still up against something he can't understand, there's an ironic perspective too. Nobody cares now about the historical Achilles, if there ever was one, but the mythical Achilles reflects a part of our own lives. Let's leave this for a bit and turn to the question of imagery. What happens when a poet, say, uses an image, an object in nature, like a flock of sheep or a field of flowers? If he does use them, he's clearly going to make a poetic use of them. They're going to become poetic sheep and poetic flowers, absorbed and digested by literature, set out in literary language and inside literary conventions. What you never get in literature are just the sheep that nibble the grass or just the flowers that bloom in the spring. There's always some literary reason for using them, and that means something in human life that they correspond to or represent or resemble. This correspondence of the natural and the human is one of the things that the word symbol means. So we can say that whenever a writer uses an image or object from the world around him, he's made it a symbol. There are several ways of doing this. Besides literature, there are all the verbal structures of practical sense: religion, morality, science, philosophy. And one of the things literature does is to illustrate them, putting their abstract ideas into concrete images and situations. When it does this deliberately, we have what we call allegory, where the writer is saying, more or less, I don't really mean sheep. I mean something political or religious when I say sheep. I think of sheep because I've just heard on the radio someone singing an aria from a Bach cantata, which begins, sheep may safely graze where a good shepherd is watching. This was on a program of religious music, so I suppose somebody must have assumed that the sheep meant Christians and the good shepherd Christ. They easily could have meant that, although by an accident, this particular cantata happens to be a secular one, written in honor of the birthday of some German princeling, so the good shepherd is really the prince, and the sheep are his taxpayers. But the sheep are allegorical sheep, whether the allegory is political or religious, and if they're allegorical, they're literary. A more common way of indicating that an image is literary is by allusion to something else in literature. Literature tends to be very allusive, and the central things in literature, the Greek and Roman classics, the Bible, Shakespeare, Milton, are echoed over and over again. To take a simple example, many of you will know G.K. Chesterton's poem on the donkey, which describes how ungainly and ridiculous a beast he is, but that he doesn't care because, as the poem concludes, I also had my hour, one far fierce hour and sweet. There was a shout about my ears and palms before my feet. The reference to Palm Sunday is not incidental to the poem, but the whole point of the poem, and we can't read the poem at all until we've placed the reference. In other poems, we get references to classical poets, as in Yeats's sonnet on Leda and the Swan. A shudder in the loins engenders there the broken wall, the burning roof and tower, and Agamemnon dead. This allusiveness in literature is significant because it shows what we've been saying all along, that in literature you don't just read one poem or novel after another, but enter into a complete world of which every work of literature forms part. This affects the writer as much as it does the reader. Many people think that the original writer is always directly inspired by life, and that only commonplace or derivative writers get inspired by books. That's nonsense. The only inspiration worth having is an inspiration that clarifies the form of what's being written.
Oh.
And that's more likely to come from
I could
something
raise-
that already has a literary form.
Yeah.
We don't often find that a poem depends completely on an allusion, as Chesterton's poem does. But allusiveness runs all through our literary experience. If we don't know the Bible and the central stories of Greek and Roman literature, we can still read books and see plays, but our knowledge of literature can't grow, just as our knowledge of mathematics can't grow if we don't learn the multiplication table.
Hang on, I just realized I have 2 HQs. I don't know how the rules work with those.
Here we touch on an educational problem of what should be read when, that we'll have to come back to later. I said last day that there's nothing new in literature that isn't the old reshaped. The latest thing in drama is the theater of the absurd, a completely wacky form of writing where anything goes and there are no rational rules. In one of these plays, Ionesco's La Chauve Cantatrice, the bald soprano in English, a Mr. and Mrs. Martin are talking. They think they must have seen each other before and discover that they traveled in the same train that morning, that they have the same name and address, sleep in the same bedroom, and both have a 2-year-old daughter named Alice. Eventually, Mr. Martin decides that he must be talking to his long-lost wife, Elizabeth. This scene is built on 2 of the solidest conventions in literature. One is the ironic situation in which two people are intimately related and yet know nothing about each other. The other is the ancient and often very corny device that critics call a recognition scene, where the long-lost son and heir turns up from Australia in the last act. What makes the UNESCO scene funny is the fact that it's a parody or takeoff of these familiar conventions. The allusiveness of literature is part of its symbolic quality, its capacity to absorb everything from natural or human life into its own imaginative body. Another well-known poem, Wordsworth's I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud, tells how Wordsworth sees a field of daffodils and then finds later, they flash upon that inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude, and then my heart with pleasure fills and dances with the daffodils. The flowers become poetic flowers as soon as they're identified with the human mind. Here we have an image from the natural world, a field of daffodils. It's enclosed inside the human mind, which puts it into the world of the imagination, and the sense of human vision and emotion radiating from the daffodils, so to speak, is what gives them their poetic magic. The human mind is Wordsworth's individual mind at first, but as soon as he writes a poem, it becomes our minds too. There is no self-expression in Wordsworth's poem, because once the poem is there, the individual Wordsworth has disappeared. The general principle involved is that there is really no such thing as self-expression in literature. In other words, it isn't just the historical figure who gets taken over by literature. The poet gets taken over too. As we said in our first talk, the poet as a person is no wiser or better a man than anyone else. He's a man with a special craft of putting words together, but he may have no claim on our attention beyond that. Most of the well-known poets have well-known lives, and some of them, like Byron, have had some highly publicized love affairs. But it's only for incidental interest that we relate what a poet writes to his own life. Byron wrote a poem to a maid of Athens, and there really was a maid of Athens, a 12-year-old girl whose price, set by her mother, was 30,000 piastres, which Byron refused to pay. Wordsworth wrote some lovely poems about a girl named Lucy, but he made Lucy up. But Lucy is just as real as the maid of Athens. With some poets, with Milton, for example, we feel that here is a great man who happened to be a poet, but would still have been great whatever he did. With other equally great poets, including Homer and Shakespeare, we feel only that they were great poets. We know nothing about Homer. Some people think there were two Homers, or a committee of Homers. We think of a blind old man, but we get that notion from one of Homer's characters. We know nothing about Shakespeare, except a signature or two, a few addresses, a will, a baptismal register, and the picture of a man who is clearly an idiot. We relate the poems and plays and novels we read and see, not to the men who wrote them, nor even directly to ourselves. We relate them to each other. Literature is a world that we try to build up and enter at the same time. Wordsworth's poem is useful because it's one of those poems that tell you what the poet thinks he's trying to do. Here's another poem that tells you nothing, but just gives you the image. Blake's The Sick Rose. O rose, thou art sick, the invisible worm that flies in the night in the howling storm has found out thy bed of crimson joy, and his dark secret love does thy life destroy. The author of a recent book on Blake says he gave this poem to a class of 60 students and asked them to explain what it meant. 59 of them turned the poem into an allegory. The 60th was a student of horticulture who thought Blake was talking about plant disease. Now, whenever you try to explain what any poem means, you're bound to turn it into an allegory to some extent. There's no way out of that. Blake isn't talking about plant disease, but about something human. And as soon as you explain his rose and worm, you have to translate them into some aspect of human life and feeling. Here it's the sexual relation that seems to be closest to the poem. But the poem is not really an allegory, and so you can't feel that any explanation is adequate. Its eloquence and power and magic get away from all explanations. And if it's not allegorical, it's not allusive either. You can think of Eve in the Garden of Eden, standing naked among the flowers, herself a fairer flower, as Milton says, and being taught by the serpent that her nakedness and the love that went with it ought to be something dark and secret. This allusion, perhaps, does help you to understand the poem better, because it leads you toward the center of Western literary imagination and introduces you to the family of things Blake is dealing with. But the poem doesn't depend on the Bible, even though it would never have been written without the Bible. The student of horticulture got one thing right. He saw that Blake meant what he said when he talked about roses and worms, and not something else. To understand Blake's poem, then, you simply have to accept a world which is totally symbolic, a world in which roses and worms are so completely surrounded and possessed by the human mind that whatever goes on between them is identical with something going on in human life. You remember that Theseus, in Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream, remarked, "The lunatic, the lover, and the poet are of imagination all compact." Theseus is not a literary critic. He's an amiable stuffed shirt. But just the same, his remark has an important truth in it. The lunatic and the lover are trying to identify themselves with something. The lover with his mistress, the lunatic with whatever he's obsessed with. Primitive people also try to identify themselves with totems or animals or spirits. I spoke of the magic in Blake's poem. That's usually a very vague word in criticism. But magic is really a belief in identity of the same kind. The magician makes a wax image of somebody he doesn't like, sticks a pin in it, and the person it's identified with gets a pain. The poet, too, is an identifier. Everything he sees in nature, he identifies with human life. That's why literature, and more particularly poetry, shows the analogy to primitive minds that I mentioned in my first talk. The difference is more important. Magic and primitive religion are forms of belief. Lunacy and love are forms of experience or action. Belief and action are closely related, because what a man really believes is what his actions show that he believes.
Yeah.
In belief, you're continually concerned with questions of truth or reality. You can't believe anything unless you can say, this is so. But literature, we remember, never makes any statements of that kind. What the poet and novelist say is more like, let's assume this situation. So there can never be any religion of poetry or any set of beliefs founded on literature. When we stop believing...
That's another way of saying that literature is when you suspend your disbelief and religion is when you're not.
...a religion, as the Roman world stopped believing in Jupiter and Venus, its gods become literary, is more like, let's assume this situation. So there can never be any religion of poetry or any set of beliefs founded on literature. When we stop believing in a religion, as the Roman world stopped believing in Jupiter and Venus, its gods become literary characters and go back to the world of imagination. But a belief itself can only be replaced by another belief. Writers, of course, have their own beliefs, and it's natural to feel a special affection for the ones who seem to see things the same way we do. But we all know, or soon realize, that a writer's real greatness lies elsewhere. The world of the imagination is a world of unborn or embryonic beliefs. If you believe what you read in literature, you can, quite literally, believe anything. So, you may ask, what is the use of studying a world of imagination where anything is possible and anything can be assumed, where there are no rights or wrongs and all arguments are equally good? One of the most obvious uses, I think, is its encouragement of tolerance. In the imagination, our own beliefs are also only possibilities. But we can also see the possibilities in the beliefs of others. Bigots and fanatics seldom have any use for the arts because they're so preoccupied with their beliefs and actions that they can't see them as also possibilities. One can, of course, go to the other extreme and become a dilettante, so bemused by possibilities that one has no convictions or power to act at all. But such people are much less common than bigots, and in our world much less dangerous. What produces the tolerance is the power of detachment in the imagination, where things are removed just out of reach of belief and action. Experience is nearly always commonplace. The present is not romantic in the way that the past is, and ideals and great visions have a way of becoming shoddy and squalid in practical life. Literature reverses this process. When experience is removed from us a bit, as the experience of the Napoleonic War is in Tolstoy's War and Peace, there's a tremendous increase of dignity and exhilaration. I mention Tolstoy because he'd be the last writer to try to glamorize the war itself or pretend that its horror wasn't horrible. There is an element of illusion, even in War and Peace, but the illusion gives us a reality that isn't in the actual experience of the war itself, the reality of proportion and perspective, of seeing what it's all about, that only detachment can give. Literature helps to give us that detachment, and so do history and philosophy and science and everything else worth studying. But literature has something more to give, peculiarly its own, something as absurd and impossible as the primitive magic it so closely resembles. The title of this talk, Giants in Time, comes from the last sentence of the great series of novels by Marcel Proust called À la recherche de temps perdu, which I'd prefer to translate quite literally as In Search of Lost Time. Proust says that our ordinary experience, where everything dissolves into the past and where we never know what's coming next, can't give us any sense of reality, although we call it real life. In ordinary experience, we're all in the position of a dog in a library, surrounded by a world of meaning in plain sight that we don't even know is there. Proust tells an immense long story that meanders through the life of France from the end of the 19th century to the beginning of the First World War, a story held together by certain recurring themes and experiences. Most of the story is a record of the jealousies and perversions and hypocrisies of real life, but there are occasional glimpses of an ecstasy and serenity infinitely beyond them. At the end of the series of books, Proust explains, or at least his narrator explains, how one such experience takes him outside his ordinary life and also outside the time he is living it in. This is what enables him to write his book, because it makes it possible for him to look at men not as living from moment to disappearing moment, but as giants immersed in time. The writer is neither a watcher nor a dreamer. Literature does not reflect life, but it doesn't escape or withdraw from life either. It swallows it. and the imagination won't stop until it's swallowed everything. No matter what direction we start off in, the signposts of literature always keep pointing the same way, to a world where nothing is outside the human imagination. If even time, the enemy of all living things, and to poets, at least, the most hated and feared of all tyrants, can be broken down by the imagination, anything can be. We come back to the limit of the imagination that I referred to in my first talk, a universe entirely possessed and occupied by human life, a city of which the stars are suburbs. Nobody can believe in any such universe. Literature is not religion, and it doesn't address itself to belief. But if we shut the vision of it completely out of our minds, or insist on its being limited in various ways, something goes dead inside us. Perhaps the one thing that is really important to keep alive.
This has been the third of 6 Massey lectures entitled The Educated Imagination by Northrop Frye, Principal of Victoria College, University of Toronto. The program was presented through the facilities of the International Service of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Yeah. Thank you for the kind words, Path Losing Simulator. What did we get out of that one? The last big note I had jotted down was really just about what I was saying last time, the breakthrough that I had with how fiction always feels safely removed from the present chronologically, as if you are reading historical fiction all the time, even when you're reading a story that takes place in modern times. And it's because fiction is about what Aristotle referred to as universal events, not what happened, or really what happens, but what the audience feels like should have happened or should happens. So, a modern high school teen movie called, let's see, She's All That, starring Amanda Bynes from 2003, is really explicitly on paper a retelling of Shakespeare. I think it's Twelfth Night that the writer was pretty open about filling in a formula when writing that. Where did my medium tank go? I think it's there. I thought I had a medium tank around here that's gone now, but I do see one over here. Is that what I was thinking of? But yeah, besides that, the third one, Giants in Time, about how you like kind of might feel like a giant. I don't know. I don't I've gone through these a few times. Nothing really interesting popped out to me then. But then again, I'm also probably losing my ability to concentrate and think great on this at the moment due to other annoying issues in my mind that my mind has wandered to. We'll try to heal them on this city here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm leaving my artillery too exposed. Maybe the meta is right. Maybe I should just never ever buy artillery. This is ridiculous. It seems like the kind of situation that would call for it, but it never actually works out for reasons that just seem a little too abstract or weird to immediately make sense to me. I just saw a cat. Was it a ghost? Just Junkie. It might have been Eddie. Eddie. I just saw a cat. Was it a ghost? Do you remember the exact timestamp you said that? Bigots love fiction, even if it doesn't. I'm gonna review the footage and see. Just junkie. I just saw a cat. Was it a ghost? Did you see it in the webcam in the peripheral? There's a little doggy running around. Oh my god, I'm burning time. I'm burning time, and I don't have any good strategies in mind. Trying to take notes. I guess I need to pull my army back away from the HQ that's gonna be vulnerable. What do I got? I don't have any choices. This is awful. This is strategically awful. Artillery was a waste. I don't know how I feel about that. This whole entire tier of unit and style of playing is just not ever going to work out in this environment, is it? Where should I put this? Is it even gonna matter? I don't think it is. Oh, that's right. The other thing, the COs are... I'm apparently at a significant CO disadvantage. Max is passive as a plus 20 attack. Too strong for adder. Artillery are good when good players use them. They require some high-level planning. Max is also particularly good at countering them. I think that when you start the next lecture, hopefully I have some sleep. Okay, here we go. We'll do number 4 now.
The Massey Lectures by Professor Northrop Frye. The CBC presents number 4 in the 1962 series, in which Professor Frye is presenting his thoughts on the uses of English literature, thoughts developed over 25 years of university work. He calls Lecture 4, The Keys to Dreamland. Here is Professor Frye.
I've been trying to explain literature by putting you in a primitive situation on an uninhabited island, where you could see the imagination working in the most direct and simple way. Now let's start with our own society and see where literature belongs in that, if it does. Suppose you're walking down the street of a Canadian city, Bloor or Granville or St. Catharines or Portage Avenue. All around you is a highly artificial society, but you don't think of it as artificial. You're so accustomed to it that you think of it as natural. But suppose your imagination plays a little trick on you of a kind that it often does play, and you suddenly feel like a complete outsider, someone who's just blown in from Mars on a flying saucer. Instantly you see how conventionalized everything is. The clothes, the shop windows, the movement of the cars in traffic, the cropped hair and shaved faces of the men, the red lips and blue eyelids that women put on because they want to conventionalize their faces, or look nice, as they say, which means the same thing. All this convention is pressing toward uniformity or likeness. To be outside the convention makes a person look queer, or, if he's driving a car, a menace to life and limb. The only exceptions are people who have decided to conform to different conventions, like nuns or beatniks. There's clearly a strong force making toward conformity in society, so strong that it seems to have something to do with the stability of society itself. In ordinary life, even the most splendid things we can think of, like goodness and truth and beauty, all mean essentially what we're accustomed to. As I hinted just now in speaking of female makeup, most of our ideas of beauty are pure convention, and even truth has been defined as whatever doesn't disturb the pattern of what we already know. When we move on to literature, we again find conventions, but this time we notice that they are conventions because we're not so used to them. These conventions seem to have something to do with making literature as unlike life as possible. Chaucer represents people as making up stories in 10-syllable couplets. Shakespeare uses dramatic conventions, which means, for instance, that Iago has to smash Othello's marriage and dreams of future happiness and get him ready to murder his wife in a few minutes. Milton has two nudes in a garden haranguing each other in set speeches, beginning with such lines as, "Daughter of God and man, immortal Eve." Eve being Adam's daughter because she's just been extracted from his rib case.
Oh, brother.
Almost every story we read demands that we accept as fact something that we know to be nonsense. That good people always win, especially in love. That murders are complicated and ingenious puzzles to be solved by logic, and so on. It isn't only popular literature that demands this. More highbrow stories are apt to be more ironic, but irony has its conventions too. If we go further back into literature, we run into such conventions as the king's rash promise, the enraged cuckold, the cruel mistress of love poetry, never anything that we or any other time would recognize as the normal behavior of adult people, only the maddened ethics of fairyland. Even the details of literature are equally perverse. Literature is a world where phoenixes and unicorns are quite as important as horses and dogs, and in literature some of the horses talk, like the ones in Gulliver's Travels. A random example is calling Shakespeare the Swan of Avon. He was called that by Ben Jonson. The town of Stratford, Ontario, keeps swans in his river, partly as a literary allusion. Poets of Shakespeare's day hated to admit that they were writing words on a page. They always insisted that they were producing music. In pastoral poetry, they might be playing a flute, or more accurately, an oboe. But every other kind of poetic effort was called song, with a harp, a lyre, or a lute in the background, depending on how highbrow the song was. Singing suggests birds, and so for their typical songbird, an emblem of themselves, the poets chose the swan, a bird that can't sing. Because it can't sing, they made up a legend that it sang once before death, when nobody was listening. But Shakespeare didn't burst into song before his death. He wrote 2 plays a year until he'd made enough money to retire, and spent the last 5 years of his life counting his take. So however useful literature may be in improving one's imagination or vocabulary, it would be the wildest kind of pedantry to use it directly as a guide to life. Perhaps here we see one reason why the poet is not only very seldom a person one would turn to for insight into the state of the world, but often seems even more gullible and simple-minded than the rest of us. For the poet, the particular literary conventions he adopts are likely to become, for him, facts of life. If he finds that the kind of writing he's best at has a good deal to do with fairies, like Yeats, or a white goddess, like Graves, or a life force, like Bernard Shaw, or episcopal sermons, like T.S. Eliot, or bullfights, like Hemingway, or exasperation at social hypocrisies, as of the so-called angry school, these things are apt to take on a reality for him that seems badly out of proportion to his contemporaries. His life may imitate literature in a way that may warp or even destroy his social personality, as Byron wore himself out at 34 with a strain of being Byronic. Life and literature, then, are both conventionalized, and of the conventions of literature, about all we can say is that they don't much resemble the conditions of life. It's when the two sets of conventions collide that we realize how different they are. In fact, whenever literature gets too probable, too much like life, some self-defeating process, some mysterious law of diminishing returns seems to set in. There's a vivid and expertly written novel by H.G. Wells called Kips, about a lower middle class, inarticulate, very likable Cockney, the kind of character we often find in Dickens. Kips is carefully studied. He never says anything that a man like Kips wouldn't say. He never sounds the H in home or head. Nothing he does is out of line with what we expect such a person to be like. It's an admirable novel, well worth reading. And yet I have a nagging feeling that
thank
there's
you,
some inner
Yoshkars.
secret in bringing him completely to life that Dickens would have and that Wells doesn't have. All right, then, what would Dickens have done? Well, one of the things that Dickens often does do is write badly. He might have given Kips sentimental speeches and false heroics and all sorts of inappropriate verbiage to say, and some readers would have clucked and tut-tutted over these passages and explained to each other how bad Dickens' taste was and how uncertain his hold on character could be. Perhaps they'd be right, too. But we'd have had Kips a few times the way he'd look to himself, or the way he'd sometimes wish he could be. That's part of his reality, and the effect would remain with us, however much we disapproved of it. Whether I'm right about this book or not, and I'm not at all sure I am, I think my general principle is right. What we'd never see except in a book is often what we go to books to find. Whatever is completely lifelike in literature is a bit of a laboratory specimen there. To bring anything really to life in literature, we can't be lifelike. We have to be literature-like. If you read the beautiful sentences of Elizabeth Bennet's conversation in Pride and Prejudice, you can see how in that book they give a powerfully convincing impression of a sensible and intelligent girl. But any girl who talked as coherently as that on a streetcar would be stared at as though she had green hair. It isn't only the difference between 1813 and 1962 that's involved either, as you'll see if you compare her speech with her mother's. The poet Emily Dickinson complained that everybody said "what" to her, until finally she gave up trying to talk altogether and confined herself to writing notes. All this is involved with a principle I've touched on before, the difference between literary and other kinds of writing. If we're writing to convey information, or for any practical reason, our writing is an act of will and intention. We mean what we say, and the words we use represent that meaning directly. It's different in literature, not because the poet doesn't mean what he says too, but because his real effort is one of putting words together. What's important is not what he may have meant to say, but what the words themselves say when they get fitted together. With a novelist, it's rather the incidents in the story he tells that get fitted together. As D.H. Lawrence says, don't trust the novelist, trust his story. That's why so much of a writer's best writing is or seems to be involuntary. It's involuntary because the forms of literature itself are taking control of it, and these forms are what are embodied in the conventions of literature. Conventions, we see, have the same role in literature that they have in life. They impose certain patterns of order and stability on the writer. Only if they're such different conventions, it seems clear that the order of words, or the structure of literature, is different from the social order. The absence of any clear line of connection between literature and life comes out in the issues involved in censorship. Because of the large
this part's
involuntary
great.
element in writing, works of literature can't be treated as embodiments of conscious will or intention like people.
This part is useful for defending video game violence against whatever charges are going to be against it existing in the world at all.
And so no laws can be framed to control their behavior, which assume a tendency to do this or an intention of doing that. Works of literature get into legal trouble because they offend some powerful religious or political interest. And this interest in its turn usually acquires or exploits the kind of social hysteria that's always revolving around sex. But it's impossible to give legal definitions of such terms as obscenity in relation to works of literature. What happens to the book depends mainly on the intelligence of the judge. If he's a sensible man, we get a sensible decision. If he's an ass, we get that sort of decision.
I haven't checked out any
Legal decision.
for the current season, no.
This for one doesn't exist. The best we get is a precedent tending to discourage cranks and pressure groups from attacking serious books. If you read the case book on the trial of Lady Chatterley's lover, you may remember how bewildered the critics were when they were asked what the moral effect of the book would be. They weren't putting on an act. They didn't know. Novels can only be good or bad in their own categories. There's no such thing as a morally bad novel. Its moral effect depends entirely on the moral quality of its reader, and nobody can predict what that will be. And if literature isn't morally bad, it isn't morally good either. I suppose one reason why Lady Chatterley's lover dramatized this question so vividly was that it's a rather preachy and self-conscious book. Like the Sunday school novels of my childhood, it bores me a little because it tries so hard to do me good. So literature has no consistent connection with ordinary life, positive or negative. Here we touch on another important difference between structures of the imagination and structures of practical sense, which include the applied sciences. Imagination is certainly essential to science, applied or pure. Without a constructive power in the mind to make models of experience, get hunches and follow them out, play freely around with hypotheses and so forth, no scientist could get anywhere. But all imaginative effort in practical fields has to meet the test of practicability, otherwise it's discarded. The imagination in literature has no such test to meet. You don't relate it directly to life or reality. You relate works of literature, as we said earlier, to each other. Whatever value there is in studying literature, cultural or practical, comes from the total body of our reading, the castle of words we've built and keep adding new wings to all the time. So it's natural to swing to the opposite extreme and say that literature is really a refuge or escape from life, a self-contained world like the world of the dream, a world of play or make-believe to balance the world of work. Some literature is like that, and many people tell us that they only read to get away from reality for a bit. And I've suggested myself that the sense of escape, or at least detachment, does come into everybody's literary experience. But the real point of literature can hardly be that. Think of such writers as William Faulkner or Francois Mauriac. Their great moral dignity, the intensity and compassion that they studied the life around them with. Or think of James Joyce, spending 7 years on one book and 17 on another, and having them ridiculed or abused or banned by the customs when they did get published. Or of the poets Rilke and Valéry, waiting patiently for years in silence until what they had to say was ready to be said. There's a deadly seriousness in all this that even the most refined theories of fantasy or make-believe won't quite cover. Still, let's go along with the idea for a bit, because we're not getting on very fast with the relation of literature to life, or what we could call the horizontal perspective of literature. That seems to block us off on all sides. The world of literature is a world where there is no reality except that of the human imagination. We see a great deal in it that reminds us vividly of the life we know. But in that very vividness, there's something unreal. We can understand this more clearly with pictures, perhaps. There are trick pictures, trompe-l'oeil, the French call them, where the resemblance to life is very strong. An American painter of this school played a joke on his bitchy wife by painting one of her best napkins so expertly that she grabbed at the canvas trying to pull it off. But a painting as realistic as that isn't a reality, but an illusion. It has the glittering, unnatural clarity of a hallucination. The real realities, so to speak, are things that don't remind us directly of our own experience, but are such things as the wrath of Achilles or the jealousy of Othello, which are bigger and more intense experiences than anything we can reach, except in our imagination, which is what we're reaching with. Sometimes, as in the happy endings of comedies, or in the ideal world of romances, we seem to be looking at a pleasanter world than we ordinarily know. Sometimes, as in tragedy and satire, we seem to be looking at a world more devoted to suffering or absurdity than we ordinarily know. In literature, we always seem to be looking either up or down. It's the vertical perspective that's important, not the horizontal one that looks out to life. There are two halves to literary experience, then. Imagination gives us both a better and a worse world than the one we usually live with, and demands that we keep looking steadily at them both. I said in my first talk that the arts follow the path of the emotions, and of the tendency of the emotion to separate the world into a half that we like and a half that we don't like. Literature is not a world of dreams, but it would be if we had only one half without the other. If we had nothing but romances and comedies with happy endings, literature would express only a wish-fulfillment dream. Some people ask why poets want to write tragedies when the world's so full of them anyway, and suggest that enjoying such things has something morbid or gloating about it. It doesn't, but it might if there were nothing else in literature. This point is worth spending another minute on. You recall that terrible scene in King Lear where Gloucester's eyes are put out on the stage. That's part of a play, and a play is supposed to be entertaining. Now, in what sense can a scene like that be entertaining? The fact that it's not really happening is certainly important. It would be degrading to watch a real blinding scene, and far more so to get any pleasure out of watching it. Consequently, the entertainment doesn't consist in its reminding us of a real blinding scene. If it did, one of the great scenes of drama would turn into a piece of repulsive pornography. We couldn't stop anyone from reacting in this way, and it certainly wouldn't cure him, much less help the public, to start blaming or censoring Shakespeare for putting sadistic ideas in his head. But a reaction of that kind has nothing to do with drama. In a dramatic scene of cruelty and hatred, we're seeing cruelty and hatred, which we know are permanently real things in human life, from the point of view of the imagination. What the imagination suggests is horror, not the paralyzing, sickening horror of a real blinding scene, but an exuberant horror, full of the energy of repudiation. This is as powerful a rendering as we can ever get of life as we don't want it. So we see that there are moral standards in literature after all, even though they have nothing to do with calling the police when we see a word in a book that's more familiar in sound than in print. One of the things Gloucester says in that scene is, "I am tied to the stake, and I must stand the course." In Shakespeare's day, it was a favorite sport to tie a bear to a stake and set dogs on it until they killed it. The Puritans suppressed this sport, according to Macaulay, not because it gave pain to the bear, but because it gave pleasure to the spectators. Macaulay may have intended his remark to be a sneer at the Puritans, but surely if the Puritans did feel this way, they were 100% right. What other reason is there for abolishing public hangings? Whatever their motives, the Puritans and Shakespeare were operating in the same direction. Literature keeps presenting the most vicious things to us as entertainment, but what it appeals to is not any pleasure in these things, but the exhilaration of standing apart from them and being able to see them for what they are because they aren't really happening. The more exposed we are to this, the less likely we are to find an unthinking pleasure in cruel or evil things. As the 18th century said in a fine mouth-filling phrase, literature refines our sensibilities. The top half of literature is the world expressed by such words as sublime, inspiring, and the like, where what we feel is not detachment, but absorption. This is the world of heroes and gods and titans and Rabelaisian giants, a world of powers and passions and moments of ecstasy far greater than anything we meet outside the imagination. Such forces would not only absorb, but annihilate us if they entered ordinary life. But luckily, the protecting wall of the imagination is here too.
Horrible.
As the German poet Rilke says,
Well, let's
we adore
try
them
it again.
because they disdain to destroy us. We seem to have got quite a long way from our emotions, with their
Move out.
things into I like this and I don't like this. Literature gives us an experience that stretches us vertically to the heights and depth of what the human mind can conceive, to what corresponds to the conceptions of heaven and hell in religion. In this perspective, what I like or don't like disappears, because there's nothing left of me as a separate person. As a reader of literature, I exist only as a representative of humanity as a whole. We'll see how important this is in the last talk. Literature, then, is not a dream world. It's two dreams, a wish-fulfillment dream and an anxiety dream, that are focused together like a pair of glasses and become a fully conscious vision. Art, according to Plato, is a dream for awakened minds, a work of imagination withdrawn from ordinary life, dominated by the same forces that dominate the dream, and yet giving us a perspective and dimension on reality that we don't get from any other approach to reality. So the poet and the dreamer are distinct, as Keats says. Ordinary life forms a community, and literature is, among other things, an art of communication, so it forms a community too. In ordinary life, we fall into a private and separate subconscious every night, where we reshape the world according to a private and separate imagination. Underneath literature, there's another kind of subconscious, which is social and not private, a need for forming a community around certain symbols, like the queen and the flag, or around certain gods that represent order and stability, or becoming and change, or death and rebirth to a new life. This is the myth-making power of the human mind, which throws up and dissolves one civilization after another. I've taken my title for this talk, The Keys to Dreamland, from what is possibly the greatest single effort of the literary imagination in the 20th century, Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. In this book, a man goes to sleep and falls not into the Freudian separate or private subconscious, but into the deeper dream of man that creates and destroys his...
Move out!
Hey.
The entire book is written in the language of this dream. It's a subconscious
Oh, come on.
mainly
Okay,
but
okay.
connected by association.
Alright, there's
with
only
thought,
one tier to
with
choose
the
from
18 or
here.
so other languages.
Thing is, I don't
Twice
know
used.
these characters at a
Finnegan's Wake is not
glance.
a book to read, but a book to decipher.
How long do I have? 1:44
As
to look
Joyce
it up.
says, it's about a dreamer, but it's addressed to an ideal reader suffering from an ideal insomnia. The reader or critic, then, has a role complementing the poet's role. We need two powers in literature, a power to create and a power to understand. In all our literary experience, there are two kinds of response. There is a direct experience of the work itself, while we're reading a book or seeing a play, especially for the first time. This experience is uncritical, or rather pre-critical, so it's not infallible. If our experience is limited, we can be roused to enthusiasm or carried away by something that we can later see to have been second-rate or even phony. Then there is the conscious, critical response we make after we've finished reading or left the theater, where we compare what we've experienced with other things of the same kind and form a judgment of value and proportion on it. This critical response, with practice, gradually makes our pre-critical responses more sensitive and accurate.
I guess I'll just do luck guy.
But behind our response,
The guy who makes you more lucky.
there's a bigger
That
response
sounds...
to our literary experience as a whole.
Some of the other bonuses seemed a little situational and harder to wrap my head around than just this guy. Also, another thing I should have been doing I didn't have time to do is study the map ahead of time. You're supposed to study the map before going in.
As a total possession. The critic has always been called a judge of literature, which means not that he's in a superior position to the poet, but that he ought to know something about literature, just as a judge's right to be on a bench depends on his knowledge of law. If he's up against something the size of Shakespeare, he's the one being judged. The critic's function is to interpret every work of literature.
I'm
in the light
weirded
of all
out
the
by
literature he knows,
bases.
to keep constantly struggling
Cleaner
to
Code already
understand
played a
what
turn.
literature as a whole is about. Literature as
There
a
it
whole
is.
not
Okay.
an aggregate of exhibits with red and blue ribbons
This
attached to
is
them.
interesting
as a
base
capsule,
placement. Kind of weird.
but the range of articulate human imagination as it extends from the height of imaginative heaven to the depth of imaginative hell. Literature is a human apocalypse, man's revelation to man. And criticism is not a body of adjudication, but the awareness of that revelation, the last judgment of mankind.
Professor Northrop Frye in the 1962 Massey Lectures. The speaker on this year's series of Massey Lectures, then summary.
Practical test.
Sir Frye.
In my first 4 talks, I've been building up a theory of literature. Now I'm ready to put this theory to a practical test. If it's any good, it should give us some guidance on the question of how to teach literature, especially to children. It should tell us what the simple and fundamental conceptions are that we should start with, and what more advanced studies can later be built on them. It seems clear that the teaching of literature needs a bit more theory of this kind, and suffers in comparison with science and mathematics from not having it. My general principle, developed in my first 4 talks, is that in the history of civilization, literature follows after a mythology. A myth is a simple and primitive effort of the imagination to identify the human with the non-human world, and its most typical result is a story about a god. Later on, mythology begins to merge into literature, and myth then becomes a structural principle of storytelling. I've tried to explain how myths stick together to form a mythology, and how the containing framework of the mythology takes the shape of a feeling of lost identity, which we had once and may have again. The most complete form of this myth is given in the Christian Bible, and so the Bible forms the lowest stratum in the teaching of literature. It should be taught so early and so thoroughly that it sinks straight to the bottom of the mind, where everything that comes along later can settle on it. That, I am aware, is a highly controversial statement and can be misunderstood in all kinds of ways. So please remember that I'm speaking as a literary critic about the teaching of literature. There are all sorts of secondary reasons for teaching the Bible as literature.
This is like reminding me trying to talk to gamers about consumerism and violence in video games. Like, everyone is aware, everyone to some certain extent is aware of a certain degree or a feeling of problem associated with those topics, but they never want to say it out loud, and boy oh boy do you have to really walk over eggshells to bring it up. But it works. I was able to convince at least one other gamer in my Discord over the course of one entire day that watching E3s and Summer Games Fest all day basically is more easily defendable brain rot. It's just brain rot. Yeah, this is. I'm picking up on similarities here.
The fact that it's so endlessly quoted from and alluded to, the fact that the cadences and phrases of the King James translation are built into our minds and ways of thought, the fact that it's full of the greatest and best-known stories we have, and
Northrop Frye getting defensible about the Bible reminds me of whenever I'm getting defensible about there being less violence in video games, or about the kids not having as consumerist media habits about enjoying in video games and participating in the video game fandoms because of how the same argument is usually associated with genuinely awful people.
so on. There are also the moral and religious reasons for its importance,
You're welcome, Streetcar Name Destruction, anytime.
which are different reasons. But in the particular context in which I'm speaking now, it's the total shape and structure of the Bible which is most important. The fact that it's a continuous narrative, beginning with the creation and ending with the Last Judgment, and surveying the whole history of mankind under the symbolic names of Adam and Israel in between. In other words, it's the myth of the Bible that should be the basis of literary training. Its imaginative survey of the human situation, which is so broad and comprehensive that everything else finds its place inside it. Remember, too, that to me the word myth, like the words fable and fiction, is a technical term in criticism, and the popular sense in which it means something untrue I regard as a debasing of language. Further, the Bible may be more things than a work of literature, but it certainly is a work of literature, too. No book can have had its influence on literature without itself having literary qualities. For the purpose I have in mind, however, the Bible could only be taught in school by someone with a well-developed sense of literary structure. The first thing to be laid on top of a biblical training, in my opinion, is classical mythology, which gives us the same kind of imaginative framework of a more fragmentary kind. Here again, there are all sorts of incidental or secondary reasons for the study. The literatures of all modern Western languages are so full of classical myths that one hardly knows what's going on without some training in them. But again, the primary reason is the shape of the mythology. The classical myths give us, much more clearly than the Bible, the main episodes of the central myth of the hero, whose mysterious birth, triumph and marriage, death and betrayal, and eventual rebirth follow the rhythm of the sun and the seasons. Hercules and his 12 labors, Theseus emerging from his labyrinth, Perseus with the head of Medusa. These are story themes that ought to get into the mind as early as possible. Resemblances between biblical and classical legend should not be treated.
See, he wants both Christianity and paganism to be roughly sharing their own equal places in the developing literary consciousness of the child.
That's purely coincidental. On the contrary, it's essential to show how the same literary patterns turn up within different cultures and religions. A poet living in the days of Shakespeare or Milton got this kind of training in elementary school, and we can't read Thar and Paradise Lost, for example, without realizing not simply that we need to know both the Bible and the classical myths to follow it, but that we also have to see the relation of the two mythologies to each other. Modern poets don't get the same kind of education as a rule. They have to educate themselves. And some of the difficulty that people complain about in modern poets goes back to what I think is a deficiency in the earliest stages of literary teaching for both poet and reader. I've taken the title for this talk, Verticals of Adam, from a series of sonnets by Dylan Thomas, alterwise by Owllight, which tells the story of a gentleman, as Thomas calls him, who is both Adam and Apollo, and moves across the sky, going through the stages of life and death and rebirth. These sonnets make very tough reading, and I think one reason why they're so obscure is that the shape of the central myth of literature broke in on Thomas suddenly at a certain stage of his development, and that it broke with such force that he could hardly get all his symbols and metaphors down fast enough. His later poems, difficult as some of them are still much simpler, because by that time he digested his mythology. The Greeks and Romans, like the authors of the Old Testament, arranged their myths in a sequence, starting with stories of creation and fall and flood, and gradually moving into historical reminiscence, and finally into actual history. And as they move into history, they also move into more recognizable and fully developed forms of literature. The classical myths produced Homer and the Greek dramatists. The ancient traditions of the Old Testament developed into the Psalms and the Book of Job. The next step in literary teaching is to understand the structure of the great literary forms. Two of these forms are the pair familiar to us from drama, tragedy and comedy. There's also another pair of opposites, which I should call romance and irony. In romance, we have a simplified and idealized world of brave heroes, pure and beautiful heroines, and very bad villains. All forms of irony, including satire, stress the complexity of human life in opposition to this simple world. Of these four forms, including satire, of brave heroes, pure and beautiful heroines, and very bad villains. All forms of irony, including satire, stress the complexity of human life in opposition to this simple world. Of these four forms, comedy and romance are the primary ones. They can be taught to the youngest students. When adults read for relaxation, they almost always return to either comedy or romance. Tragedy and irony are more difficult and ought to be reserved, I think, for the secondary school level. It's important to get the habit of standing back and looking at the total structure of every literary work studied. A student who acquires this habit will see how the comedy of Shakespeare he's studying has the same general structure as the battered old movie he saw on television the night before. When I was at school, we had to read Lorna Doone, and a girl beside me used to fish a love story magazine out of her desk and read it on her knee when the teacher wasn't looking. She obviously regarded these stories as much hotter stuff than Lorna Doone, and perhaps they were. But I'd be willing to bet something that they told exactly the same kind of story. To see these resemblances in structure will not by itself give any sense of comparative value, any notion why Shakespeare is better than the television movie. In my opinion, value judgments in literature should not be hurried. It does a student little good to be told that A is better than B, especially if he prefers B at the time. He has to feel values for himself and should follow his individual rhythm in doing so. In the meantime, he can read almost anything in any order, just as he can eat mixtures of food that would have his elders reaching for the baking soda. A sensible teacher or librarian can soon learn how to give guidance to a youth's reading that allows for undeveloped taste and still doesn't turn him into a gourmet or a dyspeptic before his time. It's important that everything that has a story, such as a myth, should be read or listened to purely as a story. Many people grow up without really understanding the difference between imaginative and discursive writing. On the rare occasions when they encounter poems or even pictures, they treat them exactly as though they were intended to be pieces of more or less disguised information. Their questions are all based on this assumption. What's he trying to get across? What am I supposed to get out of it? Why doesn't somebody explain it to me? Why couldn't he have written it in a different way so I could understand him?
I like this map.
Listening to stories is a basic training for the imagination.
This map is considerably smaller and easier to read than most.
Accept his postulates, even if he tells you that the cow jumped over the moon, and you don't react until you've taken in all of what he has to say. If Bertrand Russell is right in saying that suspension of judgment is one of the essential operations of the mind, the benefits of learning to do this go far beyond literature. And even then, what you react to is the total structure of the story as a whole, not to some message or moral or great thought that you can snatch out of it and run away with. Equal in importance to this training is that of getting the student to write himself. No matter how little of this he does, he's bound to have the experience sooner or later of feeling he's said something.
Wait, where's my
that he
airport?
can't
Oh, there it
explain
is.
Except in exactly the same way that he said it. That should help to make him more tolerant about difficulties he encounters in his reading, although the benefits of trying to express oneself in different literary ways naturally extend a lot further than mere tolerance. I have to cover a good deal of ground in this talk, so I can only suggest briefly that the study of English has two contexts which must be in place for the student if his study is to have any reality. There is, first, the context of languages other than English, and there is, second, the context of the arts other than literature. The people who call themselves humanists, and who include students of literature, have always been primarily people who studied other languages. The basis of the cultural heritage of English-speaking peoples is not in English. It's in Latin and Greek and Hebrew. This basis has to be given the young student in translation, although no translation of anything worth reading is of much use except as a crib to the original. Nowadays, the modern languages take a more prominent place in education than the classical ones, and it's often said that we ought to learn other languages as a kind of painful political duty. There's that, certainly, but there's also the fact that all our mental processes connected with words tend to follow the structure of the language we're thinking in. We can't use our minds at full capacity unless we have some idea of how much of what we think we're thinking is really thought, and how much is just familiar words running along their own familiar tracks. Nearly everyone does enough talking, at least, to become fairly fluent in his own language. And at that point, there's always the danger of automatic fluency, turning on a tap and letting a lot of platitudinous bumble emerge. The best check on this so far discovered is some knowledge of other languages, where at least the bumble has to fit into a different set of grammatical grooves. I have a friend who was chairman of a commission that had to turn in a complicated report, where things had to be put clearly and precisely. Over and over again, he'd turn to a French Canadian on the committee and ask him to say it in French, and he'd get his lead from that. This is an example of why the humanists have always insisted that you don't learn to think wholly from one language. You learn to think better from linguistic conflict, from bouncing one language off another. And just as it's easy to confuse thinking with the habitual associations of language, so it's easy to confuse thinking with thinking in words. I've even heard it said that thought is inner speech, though how you'd apply that statement to what Beethoven was doing when he was thinking about his Ninth Symphony, I don't know. But the study of other arts, such as painting and music, has many values for literary training, apart from their values as subjects in themselves. Everything man does that's worth doing is some kind of construction, and the imagination is the constructive power of the mind set free to work on pure construction, construction for its own sake. The units don't have to be words. They can be numbers or tones or colors or bricks or pieces of marble. It's hardly possible to understand what the imagination is doing with words without seeing how it operates with some of these other units. As the student gets older, he reads more complicated literature, and this usually means literature concerned largely or exclusively with human situations and conflicts. The old primitive association of human and natural worlds is still there in the background, but in, say, a novel of Henry James, it's a long way in the background. We often feel that certain types of literature, such as fairy tales, are somehow good for the imagination. The reason is that they restore the primitive perspective that mythology has.
You can zoom this map in way close without knocking the scoreboard to the bottom.
The third context of literature begins to take shape. The relation of literature to other subjects, such as history and philosophy and the social sciences that are built out of words. In every properly taught subject, we start at the center and work outwards. To try to teach literature by starting with the applied use of words, or effective communication, as it's often called, then gradually work into literature through the more documentary forms of prose fiction.
Wait, where's my HQ?
Seems to me a futile pursuit.
There's their HQ. Where's my HQ?
If literature is to be properly taught,
is this it? That
you
must
have
be
to
it.
start at its
Okay,
center,
it's safe.
which is poetry, then work outwards to literary prose, then outwards from there to the applied languages of business and professions and ordinary life. Poetry is the most direct and simple means of expressing oneself in words. The most primitive nations have poetry, but only quite well-developed civilizations can produce good prose. So don't think of poetry as a perverse and unnatural way of distorting ordinary prose statements. Prose is a much less natural way of speaking than poetry is. If you listen to small children and to the amount of chanting and sing-song in their speech, you'll see what I mean. Some languages, such as Chinese, have kept differences of pitch in the spoken word. Where Canadians got the monotone honk that you're listening to now, I don't know. Probably from the Canada Goose. What poetry can give the student is, first of all, the sense of physical movement. Poetry is not irregular lines in a book, but something very close to dance and song, something to walk down street keeping time to. Even if the rhythm is free, it's still something to be declaimed. The surge and sweep of Homer and the sinuous springing rhythm of Shakespeare have much the same origin. They were written that way partly because they had to be bellowed at a restless audience. Modern poets work very hard at trying to convince people in cafes or even in parks on Sunday that poetry can be performed and listened to, like a concert. There are quieter effects in poetry, of course, but a lot even of them have to do with physical movement, such as the effect of wit that we get from strict meter, from hearing words stepping along in an ordered marching rhythm. From poetry, one can go on to prose, and if one's literary education is sound, the first thing one should demand from prose is rhythm. My own teacher, Pelham Edgar, once told me that if the rhythm of a sentence was right, its sense could look after itself. Of course, I was at university then, and I admit that this would be a dangerous thing to say to a 10-year-old.
Ah, crap.
But it said one thing that was true. We're often told that to write we must have something to say, but that in its turn means having a certain potential of verbal energy. Besides rhythm, the imagery and diction of poetry should be carried out into other modes of English.
I just accidentally
The preference of poetry for concrete and simple words,
a pretty bad
for
mistake.
metaphor and simile, and all the figures of associated language, and its ability to contain great reserves of meaning in the simple
But I'm not
forms that
doing
we
super
call
bad,
words
right?
and read as stories, are equally important.
This is one of the better matches
The
I've
study of
had.
literature, we've been saying, revolves around
Probably 'cause of the
certain
map.
classics or models, which the student gradually learns to read for himself. There are many reasons why certain works of literature are classics, and most of them are purely literary reasons. But there's another reason, too. A great work of literature is also a place in which the whole cultural history of the nation that produced it comes into focus. I've mentioned Robinson Crusoe earlier. You can get from that book a kind of detached vision of the British Empire, imposing its own pattern wherever it goes, catching its man Friday and trying to turn him into an 18th century nonconformist, never dreaming of going native, that history alone would hardly give. If you read Anna and the King of Siam, or saw The King and I, you remember the story of the Victorian lady in an Oriental country which had never had any tradition of chivalry or deference to women. She expected to be treated like a Victorian lady, but she didn't so much say so as express by her whole bearing and attitude that nothing else was possible, and eventually Siam fell into line. As you read or see that story, the shadow of an even greater Victorian lady appears behind her, Alice in Wonderland, remembering the manners her governess taught her, politely starting topics of conversation and pausing for a reply, unperturbed by the fact that what she's talking to may be a mock turtle or a caterpillar, surprised only by any rudeness or similar failure to conform to the proper standards of behavior. What is true of the relation of literature to history is also true of the relation of literature to thought. I said in my first talk that literature, being one of the arts, is concerned with the home and not the environment of man. It lives in a simple, man-centered world and describes the nature around it in the kind of associative language that relates it to human concerns. We notice that this man-centered perspective is in ordinary speech as well. In ordinary speech, we are all bad poets. We think of things as up or down, for example, so habitually that we often forget they're just metaphors. Religious language is so full of metaphors of ascent, like lift up your hearts, and so full of traditional associations with the sky, that Mr. Khrushchev still thinks he's made quite a point when he tells us that his astronauts can't find any trace of God in outer space. If we're being realistic instead of religious, we prefer to descend, to get down to the facts, or to brass tacks, which is rhyming slang for the same thing. We speak of a subconscious mind, which we assume is underneath the conscious mind, although so far as I know, it's only a spatial metaphor that puts it there. We line up arguments facing each other like football teams. On the one hand, there's this, and on the other hand, there's that. All this is familiar enough, but it isn't often thought of as directly connected with one's education in literature. Still, it takes me to a point at which I can perhaps venture a suggestion about what the real place of literature in education is. I think it has somewhat the same relationship to the studies built out of words, history, philosophy, the social sciences, law, theology, that mathematics has to the physical sciences. The pure mathematician proceeds by making postulates and assumptions and seeing what comes out of them. And what the poet or novelist does is rather similar. The great mathematical geniuses often do their best work in early life, like most of the great lyrical poets. Pure mathematics enters into and gives form to the physical sciences. And I have a notion that the myths and images of literature also enter into and give form to all the structures we build out of words. In literature, we have both a theory and a practice. The practice is the production of literature by writers of all types, from geniuses to hacks, from those who write out of the deepest agonies of the spirit to those who write for fun. The theory of literature is what I mean by criticism, the activity of uniting literature with society, and with the different contexts that literature itself has, some of which we've been looking at. The great bulk of criticism is teaching, at all levels from kindergarten to graduate school. A small part of it is reviewing, or introducing current literature to its public. And a still smaller, though of course central part of it, is scholarship and research. The importance of criticism in this sense has increased prodigiously in the last century or so, the reason being simply the increase in the proportion of people that education is trying to reach. If we think of any period in the past, say 18th century England, we think of the writers and scholars and artists.
Oh, God.
Fielding and Johnson and Hogarth.
Still
and
don't have enough to
Smith
capture
and
this
Moore,
tower. Are you
and the cultivated
serious?
and educated audience which made their work.
Always finish capturing
these
comm
writers and
towers
artists
for the
and
attack
their
boost.
entire
It's not going
public
to happen.
added
though.
all together would make
I
up
was thinking
only
that
a
with
minute
5%
fraction of the
health, it
total
wouldn't
population of England
chop
at
me
that
down
time.
40%.
So minute that my guess is we'd hardly believe the statistics if we had them. In these days, we're in a hare and tortoise race between mob rule and education. To avoid collapsing into
Where'd
mob
my
rule,
AA up here
we have
go?
to
I
try to
missed it. They
educate a
blew it up
minority
somehow. I missed.
that'll
I
stand out
completely
against
missed the
it.
graphic
The
of it
fable
happening.
says the tortoise won in the end,
Ah,
but the hare shows a
God,
good deal of speed
look
and
at
few signs
this.
of tiring.
What do I do?
In my previous talk, I tried to distinguish the world of imagination from the world of belief and action. The first, I said, was a vision of possibilities, which expands the horizon of belief and made it both more tolerant and more efficient. I have now tried to trace
I don't
the
like
progress of
playing luck
literary
characters,
education
but
to the point
they
at which
sound
the student
simpler
has
to
acquired something of
understand
his vision and is
than
ready to carry
otherwise.
what he has of it into society. It's clear that the end of literary teaching is not simply the admiration of literature. It's something more like the transfer of imaginative energy from literature to the student. The student's response to this transfer of energy may be to become a writer himself, but the great majority of students will do other things with it. In my last talk, I want to consider the educated imagination and what it does as it goes to work in society.
Professor Northrop Frye calls his last talk The Vocation of Eloquence, and it will be heard next Sunday. The CBC will be publishing the 1962 Massey Lectures in book form, and if you'd like information about price and dates, you may write to CBC Publications, Box 500, Toronto. The entire series will be rebroadcast beginning January 29th in the morning.
This is the CBC Radio Network.
Okay, it is storming outside. It's got the flip. What does that mean? It's around the time I should be wrapping up the stream, and it's clear that as much as I was able to understand the basics of how this match was going in the beginning, I'm not gonna be able to pick things up here. We're gonna play the end, the city flip, so red turn to purple. For which city though? I don't know which city is flipping. But in any case, we're gonna play out these few sorry turns to the end. While talking about Northrop Frye. Right? Wait. Where should I put this one? The one you just captured, middle north. Oh, okay. The one the 6th Infantry flipped. Okay, okay. Yeah, I see. I see what you're talking about. I don't think that'll win me the war though. I did flip one city in the middle of the map at great cost, it looks like. I guess I should put this tank closer to the HQ, but I'm gonna get screwed by the helicopter, but maybe that's its point, maybe that's its role, maybe it should be drawing helicopter fire right now. I need to keep it out of the artillery. Another helicopter. Okay, this helicopter can pretty much instantly kill one of those infantries if I park the tank in the way. Oh, I can't. It could attack the recon in the north. I could block its way with the tank there. That is what I will do. Okay, and now notes. Northrop Frye notes. What are your thoughts? Jake's powers both give his artillery +1 range by okay, now I know that. There's no way I would have known that before and been able to prepare for it. Like, I have to pick him out of this list. His name's Jake. His name's Jake. You're supposed to just look at that and instantly know that it's Jake. You're supposed to have played 30 years worth of portable games to be able to understand this one. In any case, that's not important anymore. Northrop Frye, part number 5. Myth comes before literature, but sticks around as the backbones of storytelling details. Northrop Frye believes in a very Sid Meier's Civilization-friendly depiction of the development of civic and social traditions, where complicated literature absolutely, totally cannot come before mythology. I am trying to think. I'm trying to think with my brain. And he is also making the case that all the popular literature are newer, updated versions of mythology. I don't necessarily know if I disagree. What am I doing with my helicopters? Did one of my helicopters just... I remember building a helicopter and using it to attack some tanks that were attacking the base. And then I guess the enemy helicopter blew it up. Okay. I'm trying to think through a lot of very annoying trains of thoughts that are running counter to each other. Good lord. Maybe if I blow up the tank first, I can move the mech 1 square to the left and then spawn a mech on the base. Might be able to defend it better, but I'll still need to buy another helicopter right away. Meanwhile, this AA is going to get closer and closer with every step I do that. I'm also going to be getting my ass kicked by this helicopter over here because I don't have any AA on the other side of the map, and I'm not going to be able to buy one and the helicopter I need at the same time. If I buy a tank on that base, is that going to be more useful than the helicopter? I gotta sneeze. Jake Super will boost it. Well, you know what? I'm boosting my luck by 39%, some incredibly specific number like that. Oh, cool. I get to one shot helicopter, but that's not actually going to be useful. Oh, the damage calculator gave me the wrong numbers. I thought we were going to one-shot that guy, but we're not. I was looking at the bigger number of the two. Should I just always be looking at the smaller number instead? Gambling time. Activate the super and have fun, though. Well, I sure did activate the super. Okay, helicopter is going to be 9,000, 10, 11, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't know if I can afford the helicopter. Oh, Christ. Hey, George, how's it hanging? I don't frickin' know, man. Okay. These tanks are not going to win any engagements they have available to them. Maybe they should go after that guy up there. I was hoping to annoy him, but I don't want them to be alone. You're a Luxio. It's a range. You look at both numbers. Well, the way the descriptions was describing the COs made them sound more complicated than the way the long-term mega fans are describing the COs. And man, I don't know any of this. And learning it is so much more work than it was when I was younger. And I'm also, more importantly, the more important thing is Northrop Frye, which I would like to be doing for my job instead of whatever I am doing right now, which is splitting my time half up between fighting the HOA and taking care of my mom and actually doing what I want to be doing with my life, which is Northrop Frye stuff. Northrop Frye stuff. That's so far below where my priorities are now at, and I just realized in about a 5-minute span how off base I am by paying attention to this. Okay, should I do a tank in the eastern base? Or a mech in the eastern base? Or should I buy a battlecopter and consign myself to just doing an infantry in both of them? The AA is going to catch up with the battlecopter. Maybe I could do an AA here. Yeah, that's what it'll be. That's not the way I wanted this turn to end, but here we go. And, like, what are these two tanks? Neither of them are any good. Neither of them can go anywhere good. Neither of them can do anything good. Maybe we won't do anything good or exciting or fun. We'll just take damage and deal with it while healing. Do I have any options? Do I have anything? Nothing I can do. Nothing. Wow. Mech Eastern is fine. Even better, I did a AA. That helicopter is going to get helicoptered. What does '07 mean? What is that a salute emoji? I don't know what that means. I'm not giving up just yet, although I really should. Okay, all forms of irony, including satire, stress how complex human life is in comparison to the simple life that we typically see in romance genres. Right, okay, yes. All forms of irony. Video games are definitely going to be relying on irony a hell of a lot more than other mediums. In order to, oh my god, just lost that guy to a opponent who wasn't even worth it. God, I don't know how to play this or what's going on. '07 is a salute. Okay. I guessed it at some point in my mess of thoughts. All forms of irony, including satire, stress how complex human life is in comparison to the simple life of romance genres. Why did I say that? Why did I bring that up? Yeah, because it seems like video games are especially big on ironic detachment stuff. Why did I say that? Why did I bring that? Why do I find that interesting? All forms of irony, including satire, stress out. There's time pressure going on here. I can't do this at the same time. Ah! I got nothing. I got nothing. I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna try and figure this out on my way out. I have $12,000. I didn't know I had $12,000. I thought I had $1,200. I tank, I guess, is what you would buy if you had $12,000 in this position. And I'm not going to do anything with that infantry other than keep him parked there. Okay, all forms of irony, including satire, stress how complex human life is in comparison to the simple life of romance genres. Does that mean that video games might be particularly well equipped to make some actually profound lessons about how complex human life is in relation to how simple video game rules tend to be? So one of the more complex ludonarrative lessons that video games like to go big on teaching is that sometimes the journey is more important than the destination, is that you can have a lot to learn from frustration and repetitions. Maybe something that they could teach is some kind of important, meaningful lesson about how complicated real life is, how simple. I think. Am I thinking of Death Stranding with everything? Death Stranding might be kind of sort of doing this with the stuff it has going on with the player character shared experiences. How it's a game about playing games to escape from work. It's a game about game escapism. The humor. Yeah, okay. A lot of the humor that comes through in Death Stranding comes from the audience noticing a humorous juxtaposition between the complexity of the game and the simplicity of the action it depicts. The complexity of the game being very, very clumsy, deep, complicated movement mechanics, and the simplicity of the action that it's depicting being walking. There's something funny there. There's a comedy inherent to the core of Death Stranding's game design that sailed over the head of a lot of players. All forms of irony, including satire, stress how complex human life is in comparison to the simple life of romance genres. In video games, walking is very simple, talking is very simple. A lot of very complicated interactions are deconstructed down to pressing one button on a much more, mechanically speaking, simple machine than a human body. Yeah, it feels like Death Stranding is in tune with some lessons a video game could teach through that method of irony. I'm going to jot that down. Games could teach / evoke / reference / reflect on the truth of how IRL is infinitely, in all caps, more complicated than game mechanics can make it be. So Death Stranding does something like that, but kind of clumsy in a way that might not have been perfect and did sail over the heads of most players. How could you make a game where a real sad tearjerker of an emotional response moment gets kicked in? Let's say crying over a puppy or something, crying over a slain damsel, right? Ares dies. Meryl gets shot. I wouldn't call Meryl getting shot a tearjerker, but it is some kind of shocker. What is it doing sometimes when a game makes you feel strong emotions because it makes you think about real life being way more complicated than what can be depicted in the game? I suppose maybe when Spec Ops The Line tries to make you feel bad for accidentally killing civilians who are depicted in the game as being bad guys you do have to kill no matter what according to the rules of the game. That's not a good way though. The irony of Gray Fox now knowing he shot Gustava in Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. Yeah, that's not really avant-garde though. That's Kojima in classic traditional trad western conservative storytelling mode. Death Stranding is getting avant-garde and weird about using the what audiences typically associate with games to make a funny point about how audiences typically relate to games, to make a moving and inspiring story about using classically emotionally manipulative storytelling beats to try and push humanity onto a better place. Yeah, Death Stranding's ending. I didn't talk enough about it last time, but it's a barrage of incredibly powerful Kojima psychology. One thing I've noticed is that a lot of the movie references of standard issue Kojima isms come out in a more intimate or thoughtful way there. Like the 2001 A Space Odyssey reference happens when Lou the BB has some kind of flashback visual of them floating through space, and you see the planets of the solar system fly past the camera along with the little astronaut, and then you hear the baby laughing or giggling or crying or something, and then you wake up into another surrealistic scene. That's the 2001 A Space Odyssey baby. It's not hokey, but it's also it's not super duper subtle that you wouldn't notice it if you weren't already looking for it. And when you are looking for it, you'll end up seeing this message about the formative perspective of someone's entire worldview coming into being from a actual birthing sequence the scene is depicting, and how important a very powerful, major, culturally impactful movie like 2001 A Space Odyssey could be to someone writing this stuff. Harrison Ford in Blade Runner comes up at the end of Death Stranding when Mads Mikkelsen's character is running back and forth through the sci-fi hallway with this big khaki trench coat that flops from one side to another as he makes his movements. And he's got a little gun that he's holding to the side. And it's not a deep reference. He just kind of looks like Harrison Ford in Blade Runner in that sequence. And Blade Runner is a profoundly influential movie source on Kojima's games that keeps getting referenced all the time. But here it was saved for the very, very end of an ending sequence about a game that's kind of about reflecting on games as art, and this cinematic length, feature length, movie length cutscene about a heavily movie influenced game designer making a cutscene about a character who's kind of sort of their own self insert, getting birthed and rebirthed in and out of various planes of reality, one of which involves all of these sequences of movie references, montaging you in and out of certain areas of the game's story, and it's absolutely genius. So incredibly easy to make fun of because it's so stupid, but it is also so incredibly genius at the same time. But I brought this up because we learned from Northrop Frye tonight that there are things, there are lessons, basic human truths about the human condition that literature is equipped to do that video games typically don't, but might be. Whether or not they can be included in the canon of literature might still be an open question, but I think the current consensus leans on yes, they should, which means that maybe we should have more. We should have more video games like Death Stranding that can take unorthodox or ironic approaches to telling a story in an ironic way. So yeah, to type that out in more coherent sentences. The ironies of fiction will that something that all audiences do in almost all fiction is make some juxtaposition between how reality and their real life lived world is going to be remarkably more complicated and dirtier, messier, less idealistic than what you're about to see in fiction. So when you sit down and play a game, you are one of the unconscious assumptions that all players might have not known they were doing, but really are doing, is acknowledging that they're going to be mimicking a kind of social action in a way that is way simpler and less complicated and baby-friendly, watered-down, Fisher-Price ready for the main thing. Can a work simulator game, for example, teach a very powerful lesson about how tough and awful the real job is by making a player giggle at how simple the game mechanics are? Yeah. If there was one button you could press that was like, file all my taxes, that would be a funny game design joke that we do see game developers indulge in every now and then, but not oftentimes stretch out to the point of the entire experience. Okay, yeah, funny button prompts that make points about what you expect the button to do and what they actually do always get me, always seem like a actually good game design joke. Death of the Reprobate had me falling out of my chair laughing so many times just because of how funny your character looks when they run, when you press the run button on your controller. You have a very normal walk animation, but the run animation never ceased to make me giggle because of just how ridiculous it looks. And how many times you will be pressing it because of how useful that run button is. I remember Saints Row the Third also had a button you could press that made your character carjack into cars faster and more efficiently, and ultimately it was an optimal strategy sort of thing. There was no reason not to press this button. Instead of getting in and out of the car by using the front door, your character would jump through the windshield, cracking through the glass, and land right perfectly posed into the driver's seat, facing forward, looking at the road, like very, very comically perfect every time. It was funny and the joke never got old. Yeah. Making the joke a few layers deeper though than a quick giggle from pressing a button might be where the more interesting meat lies, where you'd have to think a little bit harder for examples. Every time a player is convinced to play suboptimally and safelessly, even when it's not optimal, is kind of human condition-ish. Like, there's people who don't like doing evil playthroughs of certain games. There's also a suplex button. I think the suplex button was the same button for the suplex your way through a car's windshield into a car. Yeah, okay, I just thought of something. There are moments in a lot of 3D action adventure narrative design where the Metal Gear does too, where you're supposed to feel really panicked and shocked when you lose abilities. When Solid Snake has his equipment stripped out and he gets thrown in jail. When your Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter has their equipment broken and your fancy heads up displays don't work. For a level or two, they'll make you play through the game without the same amount of abilities that you're used to, and that's supposed to make some kind of greater thought about how much more how more complicated and in depth and fun the system could be if your character didn't get damaged. But what about when it's referencing something in real life? Are there some cases, some story twists? The racism in BioShock Infinite. In BioShock Infinite, the revolutionaries are depicted as being comically um more cruel. It caused some dissonance that the revolutionaries were depicted as being more cruel than the audience would probably like them to be. This is about a real life political issue. Might might be to the greater point that I don't want to make, which is that higher tiers of storytelling might be unavailable, this kind of thing. Bioshock Infinite had a very unconvincing use of this sort of what do we want to call this style of irony, this sort of ludic irony where the thing in real life is so much more complicated than the thing in the game. Because the game still was trying to make a case of it being so self-important that it might have something smart to say. That's what I actually like about Death Stranding, is that, like, we really try to read the lore of this game. Everyone in the universe admits they don't know what's going on. If you try to read interviews about what's going on, Kojima will probably make a assertive point that it really is about something that can be comprehensible and explained simply, but he'll say something that is the most shallow layer of the iceberg. He does not want to give away the puzzle solution. You know, he's a game designer. Doesn't want to give away the puzzle solution. There's so much more going on in Death Stranding than he will never say in interviews and previews, because it's a part of the showmanship routine. The same reason why David Lynch never explains what the symbolism is actually representing in surrealistic scenes. It's a Rorschach blob. Whatever interpretation you get out of it yourself is going to be way cooler than whatever the artist can do, and that's because the artist was trained and experienced over so many decades of work to make really good Rorschach blobs that everyone, no matter their background, can gain some meaningful interpretation out of. When the meaningful interpretation is about something in real life, you know, I would say that I'm reminded again of going back to my old hero worship of the city builder genre. Yeah, no, actually, this would be a beautiful example of game design teaching humanity something about how complicated the world is, by making it simple into a game, and that is a city builder. I would love to live in whatever timeline could have given us a world where the city builder was as busy and lively a genre as third-person action adventures. They're simulating something that every single player inherently knows is way more complicated than the simulation could ever possibly get, and that the simulation will never get as complicated as the real thing, because at that point you might as well be working the real job. Put pipes near houses, easy. Yeah. So this subgenre of games that Death Stranding helped popularize, that was on the scene when Death Stranding got here, games about operating heavy machinery in dangerous conditions. Um, right. There's this game called Snow Runners that I really like. Snow Runners. Maybe the Snow Runners are the liberal Joe Rogan that the boys need to grow up to be actually sane men these days. These are This is a game about being a big, tough, hairy, ugly, smelly, stinky man who has to drive a big, tough, polluting, heavy industry vehicle up a mountain through a blizzard, and the sheer masculine heroism of that kind of power fantasy is something that I find delightful. But it's because it's constructive. It's not destructive. It's constructive masculinity. It's positive masculinity. It seems like those games are also making a very one of the more convincing tributes to the real life worksmanship of the real life laborer working man's class than other mediums would be able to. A earnest, heartfelt working simulator game about a job that can be depicted with the right sort of condition is exciting and heroic and dangerous and a real adventure of a job is something that video games could do very, very well. Love playing with trucks. Yeah. The Earth Defense Force is kind of the opposite, where demolishing buildings is comically easy. Yeah, there are things, there are ways. Game design is a way bigger breadth of human possibilities that it has to explore than Skinner boxes about dumb men shooting other dumb men with guns that they point and click on with their mouses. I'm being reductive and simplistic, hopefully because someone will prove me wrong later and reignite my passion for the medium. But until then, oh, wait. I just wanted to bring up one last important point, and that is that the last lecture is called The Vocation of Excellence. If I may toot my own horn for a bit before I head out here for the night, I feel like the lesson of the next lecture hits me very, very hard when dealing with the highly educated but difficult to communicate with people I have to work with for managing this HOA issue I'm dealing with. I think around about the time you hit your 30s and 40s, you can kind of tell from talking to people who did their college degrees and got real good grades in the humanities classes versus all the others. Northrop Frye is going to make a case that getting high marks in literature class can help a kid have a certain kind of adaptability for any other job or field, and that has especially a lot to do with how the language that they're thinking through problems within their heads can help explain the problem that they're dealing with in much more clearer terms after reading a bunch of books. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of the big money real estate investors who I am working against are they make some decisions that most of us would find pretty questionable. I think it's pretty clear that the type of people I'm up against are not the kind of people who have read books very recently, if not at all, if ever.